Regular council meeting for Monday, June 23rd, 2014. And we'll start off, Mr. Ferrero, if you could ask us if there's, advise us of any changes in late items.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, there's a few. We're going to add 5 delegations to item 8B. Mr. Fred Taylor, Mr. Jim Goldsack, Mr. Daniel Casey, Mr. David Eches McGrath, and Mr. Andre Molnar. We're also adding correspondence to item 8D from Ray and Pat Endrizzi. We're going to remove 94 Milton from item 8J. And we also add in delegations from Fred Taylor and Tim McGrath to item 9C. And I believe you wanted to add something on the mayor's report.
I was going to add that, but it's my understanding also that item 9N has been substantially changed.
Yes, correctly, Your Worship. Thank you very much. So we're going to remove item 9N in its entirety, so all the property has been cleared.
Okay, thank you. And under the mayor's report, I do have a comment to make, and also Superintendent Fisher as well. Under presentations, under 5, will be jointly actually making a presentations and award too. So. With those changes, if we could ask for a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Second, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the adoption of the minutes, A and B, both, if we could. Second, moved and second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So we'll move straight into presentations. And there is, I think what we'll do for staff is I'll come over to the podium there. I don't know whether we need a remote or not on that one. Mike, if there is one. And I think I just want to make sure that Superintendent Fisher is ready. There was I believe he has.
We'll do it on the podium.
Your Worship, members of Council, very happy to be here tonight to present certificates of appreciation both from the municipality and the RCMP to 3 individuals who really stepped beyond the call of duty in my mind as citizens of the community in rendering aid at a serious motor vehicle accident on April 15th, 2014 on the Island Highway. These 3 individuals did so at significant risk to themselves and helped a adult female and 2 young children escape an overturned vehicle that was leaking gas at the time, and significant risk of injury to these individuals. So I'd like to ask them to come up, and once they do, then I will read out the 3 citations for each of them. So Mr. Robert Dales, Mr. Christopher Moore, and Mr. Jeff Wagner, if you could please come up.
And while they're coming up, Superintendent, it's my understanding also that there was a serious fire that did start after the rescue, and the vehicle was in flames, and it could have been a very, very serious incident had they not affected the rescue. So,
definitely. So we'll read out the citations on each of these. And the first one is to Mr. Jeff Wagner. On April 15th, 2014, Mr. Jeff Wagner arrived upon the scene of a serious motor vehicle accident in which 3 people, a mother, 2 small children, were trapped inside an overturned vehicle on the Island Highway. There was fuel leaking from the vehicle and a strong odor of gas. At significant risk to himself, Mr. Wagner took action to render assistance to the children involved in the accident once they were removed from the vehicle. He remained on scene providing comfort to victims and gathered essential information, which assisted emergency services personnel who transported the victims to the hospital. Mr. Wagner's actions in this incident mitigated further risk to the occupants and passing motorists. His willingness to stop and render assistance at this event is commendable. Mr. Wagner. Mr. Robert Dales. On April 15th, 2014, Mr. Robert Dales arrived upon the scene of the serious motor vehicle accident in which 3 people, a mother and 2 small children, were trapped inside an overturned vehicle on the Island Highway in Nanaimo. There was fuel leaking from the vehicle and a strong odor of gas. At significant risk to himself, Mr. Dales took immediate action and assisted in getting the mother and both children out of the vehicle before emergency services personnel were on scene. Mr. Dale's actions in this incident mitigated further risk to the occupants. His willingness to stop and render assistance at significant risk to himself is commendable. Mr. Christopher Moore. On April 15, 2014, Mr. Christopher Moore arrived upon the scene of a serious motor vehicle accident in which 3 people, a mother and 2 small children, were trapped inside an overturned vehicle on the Island Highway in Nanaimo. There was fuel leaking from the vehicle and a strong odor of gas. At significant risk to himself, Mr. Moore took action immediately and assisted in getting the mother and both children out of the vehicle before emergency services personnel were on scene. Mr. Moore's actions in this incident mitigated further risk to the occupants. His willingness to stop and render assistance at significant risk to himself is commendable. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ferraro, thank you. Thanks again. I just want to briefly comment that, it's deeds like this that I think really makes Nanaimo such a special place. And when you get people like this that risk their lives to effect a rescue, it says volumes. And again, to all 3 of them, thank you very much. So now we'll move into the next presentation, item B, and it's Mrs. Deborah Zorkin, Nanaimo Art Gallery, to provide a presentation regarding Phase 1 completion and Phase 2 timing. Welcome.
I'm here tonight to update you on our Phase 1 and Phase 2 of our 3-phase plan for the Nanaimo Public Art Gallery. Jesse Birch will update you on the gallery's programming. He's our interim executive director, and he'll speak after I'm finished. Oh, there's our new flags. It was almost a year to date since we first came to Council with our 3-phase plan for our vision of the future of the Nanaimo Public Art Gallery. Phase 1 was to enter into a co-management agreement with the City of Nanaimo for 150 Commercial Street, and this was done in the fall of 2013, and we took over responsibility of the building as of January 1st, 2014. It was also, we were to raise funds for minor renovations and expansion of the art education program downtown. The city contributed $50,000 towards capital improvements, and we were able to find matching funds of $50,000 for the new art education lab and renovated exhibition space. This was completed and opened on May 9th of this year. Our education programs have moved into the renovated space. This is a picture of the renovated gallery. And this is the art lab space. Our education programs have moved into the renovated space, allowing for increased capacity and additional programming. It will also provide opportunities for increased revenue generation through facility rentals and new fee-for-service opportunities. Phase 1 is now complete, and we have an elegant and versatile exhibition space that can show artwork of the highest caliber. Phase 2 In December of 2013, our situational analysis and business plan was completed by Melinda Molyneux, and it had an impact on our decisions moving forward. She had identified challenges we would have with the existing Phase 2 of our plan. After consultation with all of our stakeholders, we decided to amend our Phase 2 and to accelerate our amalgamation date of both galleries into one by May 31st, 2015. We will leave the Vancouver Island University campus on or before that date and amalgamate into the downtown location. This will allow us to consolidate our administrative costs and to remove any confusion with the public about where and who we are, while strengthening our ability to serve the Nanaimo community. We will continue to house our existing tenants of other cultural organizations, this creating a dynamic energy, and we will continue to provide opportunities for ongoing collaboration. Once we leave the campus gallery, we will be leaving our arrangement with the university. Currently, they give us a staff member from the Arts and Design faculty to act as curator. This is coming to an end, and we will need to hire our own curator. The university have agreed to maintain an annual donation of $13,300. Excuse me. Does someone have a glass of water? I'm sorry.
That's fine.
When I start talking about money, my mouth dries up. So the university have agreed to maintain an annual donation of $13,300 to the gallery, and this will go towards funding the curator. We ask that the city will approve the $30,000 increase for the 2015 fiscal year. This would be the second year of the 3-year ask that was approved last year. With this, the gallery will then be in a position to hire a curator. This is an essential position. The curator not only develops and implements exhibition programming, but also plays a number of other important roles. Having our own curator will enable us to increase our public outreach programs, create new partnership and collaboration possibilities, increase our promotional capacity, both local and national. It will increase our ability to connect with more local artists and develop rich educational opportunities around our exhibitions. We will become more efficient and effective, which will allow our programming to flourish and will advance our professionalism and generate greater financial flexibility for long-term sustainability. I'd like to now introduce Jessie Birch, who is our interim executive artistic director, who has replaced Julie Bevan while on parental leave. I'm going to quote from Melinda Molyneux's statement about Jessie. He is recognized nationally and internationally for the quality of his work. He brings considerable expertise in contemporary art curating, art writing, and arts administration, which will contribute to Nanaimo Art Gallery's rising profile and trajectory of increased professionalism. Jessie started with us on March 1st, 2014, and we hope to be able to have him continue with us as curator when Julie returns next March. Jessie is from Nanaimo, firmly connected to and familiar with the local context. He will now speak to you about our recent and upcoming programming, focusing on an exhibition called Black Diamond Dust, which he is curating. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, for the kind words. Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. It is with great pleasure and great enthusiasm that I present some recent and upcoming programming highlights from Nanaimo Art Gallery. In addition to exciting things that have been happening in our newly renovated downtown gallery and Art Lab education space, the programming at Campus Gallery has been excellent as well. In January, we opened Tako Tanabe, Chronicles of Form and Place. This was a major retrospective of drawings, prints, and watercolors by this famed Canadian artist who lives just up island in Parksville. This show toured from the Burnaby Art Gallery, and we were very pleased to be able to partner with our peers on the mainland to bring this show to the Mid-Island audience. Tanabe also was just recently presented with an honorary doctorate of letters from Vancouver Island University. Our current exhibition on campus, Reconciling Self, Connie Watts, features new works by Watts, an indigenous mixed media artist and designer from 3 different nations, who is based in Port Alberni. Last May, Watts was Vancouver Island University's first Aboriginal artist in residence. Her work in this exhibition explores issues of identity and cultural hybridity. It is a very compelling show, and it is on throughout the summer. Here is Connie introducing her work at the opening. For closing festivities on September 6th at 2 o'clock, she will give an in-depth talk about her work, and there will be a feast provided by the Aboriginal Gathering Place. You're all invited. Moving on to upcoming programming. Black Diamond Dust is a multiple-site art exhibition that I have developed for Nanaimo Art Gallery. Opening on September 19th, the exhibition will be held at both Nanaimo Art Gallery locations and at other sites around the city. The artists in Black Diamond Dust look toward forgotten or underrepresented histories and stories while considering the cultures that surround global coal mining practices and taking Nanaimo's own history as a former mining town as a starting point. From sculpture to video to folk song, in this exhibition, 9 local, national, and international artists will employ a wide range of creative approaches to articulating the contemporary relevance of material pasts. I will tell you about a few of the artists and initiatives involved. This is something we see and hear about a lot in Nanaimo, from the black diamonds on our city's flag to the mine shaft in the parking lot over on Cavan Street. I even heard Mayor Ratana has one on his desk.
It's true.
From my experience, these traces of our industrial history are at the same time tangible and intangible. I grew up on Jingle Pot Road, across the street from Miners Park subdivision, where I delivered newspapers on Koltai Trail and Black Diamond Drive. Even though I looked at those street names every day, I could never have imagined the real work that went on under my feet many years before. When an air shaft was exposed while some workers were digging a foundation for a new home, things became very real. That lot became legendary among my childhood peers for both the imminent danger that our parents warned us about and the very vocal toad that lived in the boarded-up shaft and was, so it seemed, asking us to visit. It is stories and experiences like these that stick with us Nanaimoites. But coal is everywhere, not only in Nanaimo, but also in virtually every country that felt the effects of industrialization. Coal mining in particular is something that links Nanaimo to mining towns in the US, UK, Scandinavia, China, and many other places around the world. In Black Diamond Dust, taking coal as a subject allows the artist to look to some of Nanaimo's own stories or set them in relation to global phenomena, both past, present, and future. In that sense, Black Diamond Dust will contain stories that will hopefully speak to everyone. This particular lump of coal came from the grounds around the Morden mine. Upon request, I collected it to send to an artist named Carrie Reed, who lives in Swantula on Malcolm Island near Alert Bay. Many of you will know Swantula as a place that was settled as a kind of utopian colony by a group of Finnish immigrants who founded the village in 1901. What many people don't know is that these were miners who originally came to Canada to work in Robert Dunsmuir's coal mines here in Nanaimo. With the conditions much harder than they bargained for, 115 of the Finnish miners rode north. Reed, whose work involves labor-intensive craftspersonship, will make 115 ceramic copies of this lump of coal, bringing a reminder of these ex-miners and their story back to Nanaimo. Here's an example of another project that she did recently called Souvenirs Iceland, where she found rocks in Iceland and then made exact replicas of every single rock she brought back from Iceland. Black diamond dust will not only activate relationships between Nanaimo and different parts of the world, but will also activate different parts of the city. Raymond Boisjoli, a renowned Indigenous artist of Haida and Quebecois descent, will do a project for a billboard coming into Nanaimo. Vancouver-based artist Devin Knowles will make a work that will engage with the objects in the Nanaimo Museum. And we are also collaborating with the Culture and Heritage Department to activate this miners' cabin on 1904 Jinglepot Road, just down the road from where I grew up. By hosting artists and residents who will work on projects and host open studios for the public. This will be an ongoing one-year-long pilot project. The first artist, however, a painter named Stephanie Aitken, will do a residency in mid-August leading up to Black Diamond Dust. She is interested in painting the prehistoric landscape of plants that turned into coal and before they were coal. The proximity of the miners' cabin to Buttertubs Marsh, the closest thing we have to a pre-coal landscape, is perfect for this. Here's an image of one of her paintings. This is another one related to bogs. It's called Wells Gray Bog. Lynn Bowen's 1982 book, Boss Whistle, notes that in the 1930s, the Nanaimo branch of the United Mine Workers Union printed a clandestine newspaper called We Too. As miner Bill Atkinson says, we used to distribute that, scatter them out amongst the men, and they would be nailed up in a car that goes into the mine, and it would circulate all over the mine so everybody sees it sometime. Like the miners who developed innovative methods for distributing their message, the publications accompanying Black Diamond Dust will employ distinct yet interrelated approaches to widespread public engagement. The first component is made possible through a partnership with Nanaimo Daily News. The paper has generously offered us an 8-page insert that will be read by over 35,000 people in the Nanaimo region, 1 week before the exhibition opening. The Black Diamond Dust book will be the first major publication by Nanaimo Art Gallery. The publication will be designed by internationally renowned UK designer Will Holder, who has a keen eye for the way that material context can resonate in the form of the book. He will travel to Nanaimo to work with me on the publication in the context of the exhibition. In addition to myself and the artists in the show, 2 significant local writers are involved in Black Diamond Dust. Lynn Bowen, pictured here, will write a significant essay for the exhibition catalog, give a tour of the exhibition from a historian's perspective, and teach classes on creative nonfiction in our new downtown education space, Art Lab. The second author is Nanaimo's Peter Cully, who, in addition to being one of Canada's best art writers, is a well-loved published poet and incredible photographer. Peter lives in South Wellington, and each day takes his dog Shasta for long walks. Here she is pictured with the old Morden Colliery arch. During these daily walks, he photographs the post-industrial landscape of slack heaps and train tracks as it mixes with South Nanaimo's current inhabitants. In addition to contributing a major essay to the publication and doing a public poetry reading outside the miners' cabin, he will show many of his photographs in the exhibition. Together with the artworks in the show, we will display artifacts borrowed from the Nanaimo Museum and the Nanaimo Archives. This particular clock used to live in the Morden mine, When the mine closed, a disgruntled worker who apparently didn't get the final check owed to him took the clock in lieu of payment. We will also screen films set in different parts of the world to show the ongoing global importance of coal mining and its impact on people's everyday lives. This still is from To the Light, an award-winning documentary film by Chinese-American filmmaker Yuan Shanlu. While 70-plus years later and set on the other side of the planet, I think this film gives an honest portrait of miners' lives in adverse conditions and will help the average visitor imagine what it might have been like here so many years ago. Finally, this is a photograph by globally recognized Canadian photographer Edward Bertinsky of Tanggu Port, Tianjin, China, from 2005. This work is in the collection of the Vancouver Art Gallery, and I'm in the process of borrowing it for Black Diamond Dust. More than any other work in the show, this particular image expresses that while a dead industry here in Nanaimo, coal is still one of the world's most important sources of fuel. And as a teaser of things to come, this won't be the last Nanaimo sees of Edward Bertinsky. In fall 2015, through a collaboration with the Nanaimo Museum, we will bring a touring exhibition from Vancouver Art Gallery of Bertinsky's photographs paired with paintings by Emily Carr. I'm so excited to be able to bring work of this caliber to Nanaimo, and we're just getting started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting indeed. The next item is the Mayor's Report, number 6, and I have just a brief statement that I would like to read at this time. The City of Nanaimo hereby reaffirms that it shall unconditionally uphold the provisions of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and of the Human Rights Code of British Columbia, without in any way limiting the generality of the foregoing statement. The City of Nanaimo specifically reaffirms that men and women of all faiths are guaranteed the fundamental freedoms of conscience and religion, and of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, and freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of association in accordance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Human Rights Code of British Columbia. Accordingly, men and women of all faiths are entitled to utilize facilities that are owned by and or in the control of the City of Nanaimo in the same manner that any such facilities are available for use by all members of the general public, subject always to the rule of law. Thank you. And we move into 7A, Administration, and it's the 2013 Annual Municipal Report, and that will be introduced, Mr. Swaby, by whom?
Your Worship, Philip Cooper will introduce us.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
All right, so in tonight's agenda package, you have a copy of the 2013 Annual Municipal Report. It's available for your review, and tonight you're being asked to approve that.
Okay. Councillor Brennan, I'm sorry. I'll get your mic for you here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move that Council approve the 2013 Annual Municipal Report.
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion, anyone? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into 8, Corporate Services, 8A, Development Permit DP 874 at 1835 Bowen Road, purpose to obtain council authorization to issue a development permit for construction of a 2-story restaurant and drive-through service and 2 proposed variances. And the staff recommendation is that a motion that council issue development permit DP 874 at that address and subject to the following variances. And if somebody would like to introduce that, Councillor Bestwick.
Your Worship, I so move that Council issue development permit DP 874 at 1835 Bowen Road with support for the following variances: to reduce the front yard setback to 1.7 meters and to increase the maximum height for a fascia sign above the roof line to 1.83 meters.
Moved and seconded. I see no other discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We move into B, Development Permit DP 876 at 1820 Summerhill Place. Purpose to obtain council authorization to issue a development permit for a 4-story, 103-unit rental apartment with 1 proposed variance. There is a motion that council issue the permit, but before that, we have 5 delegations, and I think they are going to be limited to 5 minutes each. And so the first delegation, Mr. Fred Taylor.
My name is Fred Taylor of 204 Emery Way. I am opposed to this proposal, especially the variance for parking. This development was sent last week to my neighborhood association, which was the wrong association, which I forwarded to the hospital association. And in being across the street, I joined forces or joined my neighborhood association next door to say no. It's far too much variance. And if you consider even next door to this on Townside Road, they've got underground parking and everything else. It's time that we insisted on it. The hospital area through the Dufferin Crescent area and everything is just loaded with cars on the street that don't are not from businesses in front adjoining or anything like that. It's absolutely ridiculous to put up with something like that when somebody can come into our town, do a proposal with parking and everything else that's far better than this. Far better. And you know, even the one the city helped out, I believe, on, or no, not the city helped, but next door, there's an underground parking, there's everything. It's a nice setting. We could expect the same.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vestac, did you have a comment?
Oh, no, it was from...
Okay, Councillor Anderson, did you have one?
Yes, just thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Taylor. I just had a question. So the main thing that you're against is the variance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it just because it's in this neighborhood, or is it, what's the main reason for it?
Citywide, as far as I'm concerned.
So,
hospital is bad. Everywhere you look now, we're getting, even the corner of Wakasai and 2nd. You've got an extra right-hand turn lane there. It's been turned into parking for the residents because there's no parking on the site.
so to answer my question then, so you're just against variances for parking altogether? Yes? No?
Well, I think it'd be
the question was a yes. It was a yes or no. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, or 170 spaces to 109 is a little ridiculous.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a break.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
When it was proposed, it was far less, half of that.
Okay. The next delegation, Mr. Jim Goldsack. You also have 5 minutes.
My name is Jim Goldsack, 1659 Dufferin Crescent, and I speak on behalf of the Hospital Area Association. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm here to oppose the parking variance of 61 spaces proposed for this development. Of the 170 parking space required by the applicant, he has submitted to reduce this to 109. The hospital area is already burdened with the lack of parking in the area. This is not only due to the hospital, but also the medical facilities in the area. There is simply not enough parking for the staff and patients of the hospital and medical buildings. The area around Summerhill Place, Townsite Road, and Dufferin Crescent has seen those streets saturated with parked vehicles due to the Seven Sails Medical Building and the adjacent mall. This is in part due to employees of those facilities required to park off-site to allow for patient and customer parking. By allowing parking variances, this only compounds the issue. That's my...
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. The next delegation is Mr. Daniel Casey. Mr. Casey, you have up to 5 minutes.
Your Worship, Councillors, my name is actually David Chase McGrath. I sent in the request for Daniel Casey. He's my traffic consultant.
Oh, okay, we have two. We have you as the next speaker then. So you're going to do the 2 and 1, are you?
Yes. and it was, there you are.
I'm Dan Casey, representing Boulevard Transportation.
Okay, well, are you just going to have 5 minutes for two of you? Or do you want, if you each want 5 minutes, one of you has to sit down, so
Okay,
make your mind
I didn't
up.
know that you were here. Sure. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be brief. We were asked to, so I represent a transportation planning engineering company out of Victoria, and we do transportation, traffic, and parking reviews and things of this nature. And we were asked to do a review of the parking situation with the development. And done a few of these for the city in the past, and as well as other communities on the island. And what we do is we review similar type sites that already exist in the city. So we try and target sites that are sort of in a similar type context, rental, multifamily, obviously. And I guess our findings found that typical vehicle ownership, so for people that have occupied these buildings, average vehicle ownership per unit ranges from about 0.5 to 0.6 per unit. So the proposal for this site is just over 1 space per unit. So based on that, we found that we expect that the 109 spaces for the, I think it was 103 units, should be sufficient for the parking demand they're likely to experience. So we're suggesting that the proposed parking supply is appropriate. So I'm on hand here if anyone else has any more detailed questions.
Yeah, we do. Actually, there's a number of them. But I just want to start off by saying, you know, a couple of the delegations earlier spoke to the issue of the lack of parking, on-street parking around the hospital. And it's a very serious problem. There's no question about it. We hear about it all the time. I know at one point the hospital indicated that if funds were available, they would double deck the parking that they have. Funds apparently are not available, and they haven't done that. And so we really have to be cognizant of the pressure put on streets around that area, and there's resident-only conditions in some areas. But I am concerned because really, if you have 103 units and 109 spaces, that's pretty tight. So what happens if somebody comes in with 2 cars? Are you going to address that yourself, or is that going to be left for our bylaw?
Not for me personally. I guess I can't speak for the developer.
For the developer.
Yeah. But I can't speak to that.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that's the sort of issue we have to deal with because, you know, when we make allowances and you know, I mean, we all, and I'm speaking, I'm sure for most of council here, would like to see more rental units in Nanaimo. It speaks to densification and it's a great thing. And obviously the target market is hospital employees and those in the area. Makes good sense again. But the parking is a huge problem, and you know, it'll only be exacerbated unless we can think of a way jointly together, the developer and the city, to mitigate the risk of additional and unnecessary on-street parking, because it'll be a challenge. But don't go away, because we've got some others for you here. Councillor Kipp.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. A couple of questions. You said you made some comparisons to like buildings in Nanaimo. Which ones?
We did 10. I have the addresses if, yeah, just pull them up here.
Or some examples of locations of where you did them?
Yeah. Okay.
And then while you're thinking of that, you say unit measure, bedroom or like a 3-bedroom unit, is that your unit measure or a bedroom measure?
Per bedroom, so
Yes,
regardless
that's
of
your unit measure.
number
Yeah,
of...
that's a bedroom measure.
Sorry, no, it's per unit.
Per unit.
So they could vary, whether it's a bachelor, a 1, or a 2. We don't have access to that info.
But you guesstimate that each one, like so a 3-bedroom you said could have 0.6 or 0.5 car?
Well, on average, yeah. If a total site consisted entirely of 3 bedrooms, which we do our best not to survey those sites.
Yeah, mixed housing.
Yeah, yeah. So the sites that we survey is a combination of bachelor 1, 2, and sometimes 3.
Okay, so can you give me example addresses?
Addresses, yeah. So we pull this information from ICBC. And it's the 10 sites, 9 sites that we ended up using were 645 Town Site, 1055 St. George, 655 Poplar, 2460 Gleneagle Crescent, 555 Franklin, 1680 Dufferin, 1600 Caspers Way, 1480 Boundary Crescent, and 3193 Barron Road.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some of the recommendations I certainly agree with. The bicycle parking, the additional bicycle parking, and the co-op, the car share program, which I think is well thought out. But I'm concerned about the theory that in 64 one-bedroom apartments, you believe, as a consultant, a parking consultant, that only one person will drive a car. There will only be one occupant. And similar to Councillor Kipp, my colleague, I'd certainly like to see some base evidence of that, because it seems to me that young married couples just starting out would occupy a one-bedroom suite, and possibly both would have cars in order to get to their workplace. So I'd like to have some evidence of that.
Yeah, our sort of the process we undertake in developing our study is based on the evidence we can gather. So our real basis on this one is around, again, information that we retrieve from ICBC, which tells us how many vehicles are owned or registered to certain sites. So we are using that as evidence. And I think, like I was mentioning, what the numbers were showing were that on average it's about 0.5 or 0.6 vehicles per one unit. So for every 10 units, 5 or 6 vehicles in that range.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We've got a couple more questions for you before you go, but I just would like to ask staff, maybe Mr. Lindsay, I'm not sure if you're in the hot seat on this one, but in the background information it says that staff and the Design Advisory Panel, DAP, support the application, including the proposed variance. And so I guess my question is, was the issue of the substantial reduction in space is something that staff is comfortable with? The ratios they're talking about less than one space per unit, and that's something that staff is still comfortable with in the hospital area?
It is, Your Worship. In fact, specifically in the hospital area. It's probably important to note that we have one parking standard that covers the entire community for multifamily, 1.66 parking stalls per unit, with the exception of downtown. Downtown's the only area where we have other reduced parking requirements. However, we do have the official community plan, which talks about these urban nodes, and we have the newly adopted transportation plan that talks about these mobility hubs being created. And when I said the hospital area, because the hospital area is one of those areas identified in the transportation plan and in the OCP as a mixed-use, diverse, walkable community. So all of those objectives. And interestingly enough, one of the policies contained in the newly adopted transportation plan is to look at reduced parking standards in those mobility hub areas. So in advance of doing a detailed review of our parking study, what we look to is for an engineer to provide us comment on what's the appropriate parking ratios. So we do support the variance, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brennan, we've got, I think, 3 more. So, Councillor Brennan.
No, thank you, Your Worship. I've had my question answered.
Okay, Councillor Patchy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Casey. I just would like some clarification on the input that you get from ICBC. Mm-hmm. It's known to all of us here that the hospital area is the worst parking spot in all of Nanaimo. So when ICBC tells you about cars that are registered in that area, that is not the problem. The problem is the cars that come from other parts of this municipality that park there because of the hospital and medical clinic. So that seems to me like a bit of a faulty bit of input. How do you comment on that?
I'm getting the sense there's sort of 2 dynamics here. There's one sort of a parking issue with the area, and then the second part is what we try and focus on with these is the site's parking generation. So whether the streets are chock-a-block existing right now or whether they were empty, what our studies concern themselves with is what the new development, can the new development accommodate its own vehicle demand? So what our study demonstrates is that, well, at least we expect that it will accommodate its own vehicles on its own site without negatively impacting what's going on around it. So it's not going to fix what's going on around it. We're not going to have hospital people, from what I understand, hospital people parking on the site.
But they're parking there already as it is. They're parking on the very soil that you want to construct this unit, or these units, right now. And, that's, I love what you're saying about what the developer is proposing with regards to bicycle stalls and car sharing and all that kind of stuff. But this is the most notorious place in Nanaimo where we've grappled with, as long as I've been on this council, there's almost 6 years, with absolutely no improvement for the residents. So it's a really tough one for me. One further question. I heard from Mr. Taylor that somebody ended up at the wrong neighborhood association. So what kind of contact did you have with the neighborhood?
I'm not the guy to answer that, sorry. Personally, I had none, no. I might defer that question.
All right, fair enough. Thanks.
Okay, we're down to just one more, so you've done very well. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. When you're speaking to site-specific, you're referring specifically to this project without any of the current issues, concerns, or encumbrances that we have going on around that site-specific development. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, but you do know that, as you've heard, that this area has historic issues as it relates to parking, street side parking and overcrowding on streets and so on.
Yeah.
You're familiar with that?
Yeah, we didn't go study that, but anecdotally we've been told that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. The only reason I asked that is because when you make reference to ICBC, I was curious as to what ICBC could provide you in relation to that area within 4 or 5 or 6 or 700 meters of that location that is site specific.
Yeah, so the way the information comes in is they tell us there's a fee involved. You pay for the information, and they can tell you how many vehicles are registered to a certain address. And they won't do it for very small sites because that's getting too personal. It's not individual doors you're getting the information for. It's for buildings, and they have a minimum of, I think it's 20 unit or 30 unit buildings, so it's not too personal information.
Thank you. And this is the first of two. Is that correct? This is a 4-story and there's a 5-story building coming. Did I not read that in the text of the staff report?
I'm not sure of that. Our study was concerned just with the 4-story building.
Yes, so then maybe I can just redirect that to staff. Is there a 5-story up?
I was referring to other development that's happening in the area. There's a proposal that's come in recently for property 2 lots over on Townsite Road. So, but on this site, it's just the single building that you're considering this evening.
Thank you. Well, I realize that we're only considering this site specific this evening, but so when we start to think of the build out of that entire site, then it's reasonable to assume that Townsite Road is going to become quite an active road, more so than it is today. So when you did the parking, did you also look at the transportation master plan for where buses and bus stops and bus pullouts and so on and so forth would be on Townsite Road to service this development and others?
Yeah. No, we didn't specifically, no. And it's actually a good point you're bringing up. And I'm not sure how much detail the transportation plan gets into in terms of actual bus stop locations. Yeah, it's a good comment. Maybe something that should be given some thought. It could still be worked, I think, too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions on it. I just want to thank you for your patience on that one, and just make one observation, okay, Councillor Kipp, that, I think it's logical that because the bulk of the residents likely will be hired by and employed with the hospital, it's pretty unlikely they're going to take their car to work. I would say logically they would walk from this new residence to the hospital because of proximity. But I'm just sort of concerned in the case of where there were multiple people staying in one unit, and parking is going to be quite an issue. But and I guess to a later delegation, and it'll be the following one, I think that the architects involved with is that whether or not there is an ability or an interest or even a desire to enlarge the parking even marginally. But we'll leave that for the next delegation for you. But before you go, we have Councillor Councillor Kipp and then Councillor Bestwick.
Yeah, just follow up, and it might be to you or maybe to staff. Why no entranceway onto Townsite Road? and the drainage into Dufferin, that circuitous route, and on that little node that comes in. Is that a design?
I can't
for an
answer
urban
that, yeah.
landscape design, or can staff answer that?
Certainly, Your Worship, and Councillor Kipp, I think, has picked on the primary reason. It's to create that urban fabric along Townside Road, to have a building presence on Townside. There is one access to and from the site off Townside, but it's for just a drop-off facility in front of the building. But we're looking for a strong building presence on Townside and the adjacent public trail that bisects the property.
Just for me, it's only access in for emergency vehicles on that side of the building, and that just wondered about it. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Bestwick.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I meant to ask. Could you please tell me visitor parking? So you've identified from 166 down to 109 for the resident parking.
Yeah.
Clearly, these people have a friend, I hope. Where are they going to park?
Our suggestion, based on studies that have been done elsewhere in the province, was that I think 10. I think we'd suggested 10 in the end are provided, and I actually can't recall what the final submission includes. So I might let the architect speak to that instead.
Okay, so if you are correct, does that mean that 99 for residents and 10 for guests?
That would be correct, yeah.
So less than one per door?
For residents, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But again, I'll let the architect talk to the kind of the final scheme.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Now, the next delegation is, I believe, the architect, David, it says McGrath, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
That's very well. It's David Chase McGrath.
Sorry, thank you.
Architecture. No, that's good. Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. Maybe what I can do is just kind of go through how we decide. Usually parking is one of the limiting factors on deciding how large a project is. And when we look at it, we also look at what is our demographics, who are we aiming for? And it being a rental property, we employed, one of my consultants for Boulevard Transportation, we look at what their numbers come out as well. Initially, we had come out with about 130 or so, but we've been working with staff, City of Nanaimo, to try to see how best that fits within that. We have a park in the north property side, and there was concerns about the transition area through there. We're looking at mostly in this development 1-bedroom units. And the focus for the demographics, so you're correct in saying that we were looking at the hospital area and having a lot of the young urban professionals come and move in as rental as kind of a starting block for them. We realized because of the proximity of this that a lot of them would be walking. And we wanted to facilitate also a lot of bicycle use as well. And as if you see, we have 66 bicycle parking spaces in there as well. It was also because of the tight parking, we also considered what other alternatives, green alternatives, we could do. And the owners of the property decided to go the route of car share. And we actually went out and met the car share people, and they've done a deal where they're buying 2 cars and insuring them and letting the car share company deal with the management of it. And after a certain amount of time, they can start paying off small amounts of that, and then the cars become theirs. We've worked with staff so that we have 2 designated spots on Townsite Road to deal with that. I know that you had mentioned the visitor parking stalls. We do have 1 per every 22 as the total required, and that comes out to about 8. So 101 for 103 units, and then the 8 parking spaces for visitors. We did put a lot of emphasis in the report because we looked at some of the projects that they are referring to. Similarly, we also based some of our assumptions on the fact that Mr. Molnar owns the Cressy, which is also 121 units rental parking as well. So we looked at the numbers of parking spaces that they used in those areas, and at the most 30% at any given time is only used in those areas. So what you're ending up doing is having a very large asphalt area. I understand that that area that we are currently proposing this parking space does have a lot of issues with parking, but I think, you know, what we're proposing here is because of the proximity to it, and because we did look at that town site does have transportation for public transportation on there, and as well as walking distance to a lot of different amenities around that area. So we were assuming that a lot would not be taking their cars, they would be walking in those areas. And a majority of them being one-bedroom units where demographics is aiming towards people that are not, just starting off in their professions. They may not have a car. So being next to their place of employment is what we were looking at for as well. So make it easy for them to go, and also if they have bike parking, we have 66 for those.
Okay, we do have a question for you at this point. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you very much. I'm just hearing some conflicting stuff here. Part of you tells me that you expect that most of the residents will be working in the hospital, and you're just telling us now also because of the proximity to public transit, they probably live somewhere else. Which one is the right one?
No. The reason I brought up public transit is because I kind of envision that area, that neighborhood as a community, and a kind of self-sustaining community, because it does have everything in there, from grocery to liquor to place of work. And so what I'm saying is that if they need to go anywhere within that area, if they don't want to walk, they do have mass transit that they're able to use. We're also providing the car share option as well as bicycle areas. So encouraging that.
Okay. Just to follow up, Your Worship?
Yes, good.
Were you the architect for Mr. Molnar's other rental property, the
No,
one
sir,
that was
I was
on
not.
Terminal Avenue? Okay, I'll ask him then later on. Thank you.
Okay, I see. Did you have anything further to add? I see no further questions from council on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final delegation, Mr. Andre Molnar. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. We successfully accomplished 775 Terminal Street, the Crest, and we had a similar discussion on that project too. I can tell you now with the benefit of the hindsight that you made a very good decision on the Crest, and you gave us some leeway with the parking, and actually we have too much parking at the Crest today. The Crest is very popular. We have a waiting list of tenants, and though we have larger suites there, we have about 27%. Tonight, if you go tonight after the council meeting behind the Crest, you will see many empty parking stalls. And the bottom line is that we have detected in the market a change towards couples owning two cars. Most of the couples, particularly the younger couples, own one car or no car, and slowly starting to show up in the statistics of the traffic engineers. But we are totally comfortable with the situation at the Crest. We have no problems, and we have similar experience in Washington State and Bellingham, where we went through a similar discussion with the council there, and they gave us some leeway. The bottom line is we have elderly people who rent from us, my age, and we have people my son's age who rent from us who are younger, and they both distancing themselves from cars. They're using more public transport, they're bicycling. I mean, the terminal location is far inferior to this location. This is a much more superior location, closer to many amenities, etc. So you will see when we finish, with your permission, once you give us the permit and we build the building, you will see that people will walk with their grocery bags and hopefully their own grocery bags, and be conscious of the environment, and walk back and forth to the stores, and be very happy exercising while they're shopping, etc. And many of them will walk to work, and many will take public transport. But something came up here in the discussion, and we're not adding any parking pressure on the neighborhood. All our tenants will park on the property. And that's the situation. I really believe that Nanaimo needs more rental housing. Obviously, we wouldn't invest millions of dollars if we wouldn't believe that. And the applause we got from our tenants and the desire to live in a new, beautiful, well-decorated, well-finished housing unit was very rewarding as a builder. Like, I have not felt so well. When I went in the elevator one day, this lady didn't know who I was just visiting the building, said to me, "Do you live here?" I said, "No." "Oh, you're not lucky." I said, "I love just living here. This is such a nice place. I never imagined that I can rent a place like this." So I told her I built a building. She nearly kissed me. I mean, she was just so delighted to meet me. You know, it was one of the nights. I mean, I built thousands of homes, but this experience will stay with me for the rest of my life.
At what point did you introduce yourself?
I did. I did. Yeah, that's why she wanted to hug me, because she was so surprised that here she was with me in the elevator, and she was so happy living in the building. And we give little services, like our manager receives the dry cleaning or the FedEx packages, the UPS packages. It's a great facility for people who work. I mean, you know, when you're not at home, you can't receive your package. So there's a whole challenge there. Anyway, I ask for your support, and please continue trusting us. We will do a good job, and we will live up to your expectations. One comment, which has nothing to do with this topic, we got our tax notices, and there was a $50,000 increase in the property taxes of the Terminal Avenue building. We can't increase the rents. Our rents are governed by the provincial rental law, and I mean, basically, I can't increase the rents to recoup the $50,000 extra expense what we didn't budget it for. So maybe in your committees or in your wisdom, look at this, that you don't raise the rental buildings taxes as much as you raise condos, because we have a very thin margin. This is not a high profit business. This is a long-term business. And I mean, we were in a shock in the office when we saw the assessment and the bill, because we never expected to go for $89,000 to $138,000 or $86,000 to $138,000. So that's something, and I discussed it with Ted briefly on the telephone too, and I think that it's something we should look at it together as a community and see if we can do something, because it will hurt the rental building owners.
Okay, good point, sir. The assessment, of course, is established by BC Assessment.
Yes, yes.
We do have a question for you, sir. Councillor Apache.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Muller. Do you remember what the variance was on parking when you built the Crest terminal?
The true answer is no, but I kind of remember. It was 121 units, and we have 136 parking stalls, maybe 139, but I think we have 136.
Okay.
So 120. But the units at the Crest are much larger than this building, so the variance is much larger than the numbers show.
And I'm sure you'll acknowledge that the present parking situation on Terminal Avenue is very different than the one at the hospital area.
There's
where
no
you want to build
parking on
this.
Terminal
No, there's
Avenue.
not,
There is nothing.
except in the back, right?
Like around our project, you can't park anywhere. You can only park on our site, and that's it.
Yeah.
And terminal.
And yet, you know, I drive past there a couple of times a day. I don't see very many people walking. I get stopped a lot in the stoplight that we put in there for you, but those are cars, right? Anyhow, thank you. Very nice to see you.
Anyway, thank you, sir. I see no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's a staff recommendation. There's a motion there. If anyone would like to make that.
I would move. Oh,
So, Councillor Brennan? Are you going to second it?
sure.
Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Anderson. And any discussion? Oh, sorry, we've got more on it yet. So, Councillor Anderson, did you want to speak to
Yes.
this issue? Sorry,
Yes,
go
I
ahead.
would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's not, since I've been on council, I've been quite unhappy with parking variances, depending on where they are in the community, because often I see developers come to council and say, oh, well, there's a bus stop nearby, or there's a bike lane 4 blocks away that the residents can use, and so that's why I need a parking variance. But in this case, I'm actually surprised, and I think that the developer and the applicant's actually done a good job in providing the resources, such as the car share and the bicycle storage and so on. Within our transportation master plan, the hospital area is actually identified as a mobility hub, one of the areas that actually has many of the services within the community, such as a grocery store, which is Food Country. Very close by, there's VI Fitness, which is around in the area. There's coffee shops. There's parks nearby. So they have access to many of the facilities that are needed and actually are conducive for exactly what the developer has said. And so with this type of parking variance, I'm actually happy and fine to support it, because I think people will actually walk to their services, they will bike to their services, and they actually do have transit which is readily available compared to some of the other areas that we've given variances to. If we go back just last year with Canadian Tire, for example, the required amount was 3,076 parking spots, and council voted to give 2,616, a variance of 466 parking stalls. So on that project, that's quite huge. And in my opinion, in this one, and if you actually go and look at Canadian Tire, the variance that we gave there, it hasn't caused many problems. You don't see people circling around looking for parking. There was enough parking. And in this area as well, I think that we would be making a wise decision by moving forward and actually accepting this variance, which provides alternative modes of transportation, which is exactly what this council voted for about 3 weeks ago now in the Transportation Master Plan that put pedestrians first, cycling and transit users at the top of our priority list. And so this application, even though the developers said that they didn't look at the Transportation Master Plan, I believe, as someone who chaired the committee, has actually encompassed many of the philosophies and ideals that are inside that Transportation Master Plan. So I'm actually happy to support this this variance and the staff recommendation that's here tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Brendan, did you want to speak now? Go ahead.
Your Worship, yeah, I support this variance, and I support it for two fairly solid reasons to me, and that is that a couple of the goals that I've had as a councillor have been to increase safe, decent, affordable housing, and chairing the Environmental Committee also to deal with climate change. So I think what we're doing, what we can do is we're applying, except for Councillor Anderson, we're applying this sort of older kind of middle-aged, middle-class lens on this issue of the parking stalls. I think that our fundamental assumption is that everyone has 2 cars. Everyone drives a car, and almost every family has 2 cars. And that's not necessarily true when you look at the target group for this project. We're looking at younger people and seniors. So it seems to me we have to adjust our lens here, and what we've had confirmed for us is that it's not our older, middle-aged, middle-class lens that gives us the right picture here. As Councillor Anderson said, just a few short weeks ago, we passed the Transportation Master Plan. And the goals of that predominantly were to increase transit ridership, increase biking, and other alternate methods of transportation. This project addresses that. It's got the bike storage. I love the idea of the car share. That's really innovative, very green way to go. The only thing that's missing for me would be a place to park your children's strollers. That would be a nice addition, because lots of times people with young families either don't have 2 cars. Sometimes they don't even have 1 car. It's not uncommon. Short walk to groceries, to other facilities in the neighborhood, a short walk to jobs. So I think that there's so many fits here in our long-range plans that we should seriously consider granting this. And with regard to the parking on the street and how, how jam-packed it is, and I know that, with all due respect to council, that's not necessarily the proponent's problem. That problem is our problem to solve. And we've attempted to solve that problem via our transportation master plan. And we have an opportunity tonight to reference that and look at ways of solving the parking problem, not by adding more parking spaces, but instead discouraging the use of private vehicles. So this is our opportunity to confirm for the community that we're serious about climate change, we're serious about increased transit ridership, and we're serious about alternate methods of transportation, and we're serious, like 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, this community craved rental housing. We just craved good, clean, decent rental housing. And at that time we had less than a 0% occupancy rate. Today we have more than 3%. People no longer have to live in dilapidated basement suites or older housing that's not safe, because we are encouraging this kind of building, this kind of residence. So I think we need to keep, marching down that track and discourage car use instead of encouraging it by adding more and more parking spots to where we live.
Okay, Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Worship. Just 2 points, and I'll be brief. People buy these places because they only want to have 1 car or no cars. So people don't buy and have 3 cars and say, now what am I going to do with the 2 other cars? So that's one of the issues. And really the problem in the hospital area, and maybe a lot of areas, is that people are driving down and coming into work and they're parking on the streets. They aren't necessarily the people that are living there. So those are the 2 issues that ring true for me. I'm in support of this variance. I see that I'm very familiar with the area. I live very close to that area, and there's a lot of convenient commercial industries in that, country grocer, hospitals, schools, malls, and it's a very walkable area and bikeable. So as I said, I'll be in support of this variance recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I'm a bit between the rock and a hard place, because regardless of whether we give permission for this or not, the parking problem as it exists and as I know it in the hospital area is still there. So my first question would be to staff. What is it that we have done or not done, or that we are planning to do to alleviate the problem as we know it now, without further exacerbating it by anything else? And before you answer that, Mr. Lindsay, I hear everything that Councillor Brennan is saying about affordable housing. I want it as bad as she does. I like the bicycle stuff. I like the car share. All those amenities are absolutely necessary, and they're completely, as Councillor Anderson say, in harmony with the Transportation Master Plan that we only voted in 3 weeks ago. So I haven't forgotten that. But there is a major problem in that area that somehow does not get addressed by the looks of it.
Your Worship, I'd start with probably echoing some of the comments just made by Councillor Greaves, and I think a lot of the parking problems in the hospital area are not residential parking as much as they are businesses or employers or a specific employer whose policies encourage parking on neighboring streets. And as such, having a residential development that accommodates its own parking wouldn't make that problem worse. It doesn't, on the surface, solve that problem, but it doesn't make it worse. Where I think residential being encouraged, whether you look at it through the lens of our official community plan as an urban node where we want to see mixed use, or as Councillor Anderson has mentioned this evening, as a mobility hub through the recently adopted transportation plan. Both documents talk about encouraging a mix and a variety of uses in these centers so that people can live, work, play, and be employed, work and employed in the same location. That people that work at maybe the hospital have opportunities to live in that same area and as such don't have the requirement to drive to work and park on the streets.
That wasn't really my question. My question was the existing parking problem.
Councillor Pecci, just wait one, would you?
Your Worship, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Seward because I know that staff have actually started meeting with the various groups in the neighborhood. It's a complex problem whenever you have an issue that is perceived to be a parking problem or is a parking problem. Because there's many times of the day when parking is an issue and many times when it isn't. So I'll let Mr. Seward talk about what we've done and what we're going to be proposing.
Mr. Seward?
Your Worship, to Councillor Pacci, Councillor's direction was to bring the parking function in-house, which we've now completed. And our next step is to work with downtown parking, which we're going to the TAC committee this week about the downtown parking. Our next step is the hospital parking. We've had one initial meeting with the hospital group, and as you know, and has been described well here, a very complex problem with no simple solutions. But we've heard Council direct us to wade into this issue and find solutions, and it's probably a multiple-year process, but very much the issues that were raised today is what you've directed us to do and find solutions, both working with the neighborhood and the TAC committee.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnston, you're at the end. Councillor Johnston, you're on now.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I've listened to Mr. Molnar, and I think I heard him say that originally he was proposing 130 parking spaces, and then after speaking with staff and coming to some conclusions about the landscape design and more green space on the site, that they have agreed to reduce the parking as a result of that discussion. And I like a good, as you know, Your Worship, I like a good landscaping plan on any of our developments, and I think the green space rather than asphalt has a nice feel to it. I sit on the hospital advisory board, and I know that it is one of their phased objectives is to build. Councillor Kipp chairs that committee, and there is a plan. I don't know how soon in the future of developing stacked parking on that site. So. And I don't want to, I sympathize with the people in the neighborhood and Mr. Kolczak and the neighborhood, but it really, the parking now, the hospital problem parking is not the problem of the developer. And I agree that the residents will park on site. So I'm going to support it, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. This is a 1995 subdivision, way back when, and things were a little different. As it was said, the neighbors' concern really, I never hear any of the neighbors complain about the parking on their site. It seems like there is plenty of parking. It's the road and the congestion. In fact, Dufferin Crescent moves quite slow now because people do park along it. And that area is huge. I guess the biggest thing for me is it in fact our 1.66 is now out of touch? Like we have 1.66 parking spots per unit. And that seems to be out of touch over the last few years for me. Question to Councillor Anderson. Did we address anything like that it didn't come to that in the transportation plan, did it? Did they talk about that? Or can I? John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of the reasons why I put my request to speak button on earlier so I could try and address Councillor Pacci's question, but I'll also address Councillor Kipp's question. Within the Transportation Master Plan, we actually have the NRGH area parking strategy because we had a very long conversation about the parking issues that occur within the hospital area. And so within the next 2 years, and as Director Seward...
I just wanted a simple yes or no. Did you look at the 1.6? I think you said that earlier. Go ahead, keep going. I'm just sorry.
Anyways, as I was saying, with Councillor Pacci, we're talking about the parking strategy, and it's going through the processes with staff, and it should eventually come forward to council. Secondly, to your point about the 1.66, there's currently a parking bylaw review that's being done, and that's going through the process as well. So the 1.66 may well change and so on.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now, so that's probably because it is a citywide standard. We probably have to look at the different mosaics of our community and start to look at the geographics of parking in certain areas should be different. One of my concerns is no access out to Townsite Road for some of the traffic and feeding it out into Dufferin. But it sounds like the traffic plan was done and that. Again, for me, hearing the neighborhood, it's a concern, but I think we have to look and adjust our 1.66 unit and maybe the unit measure. I've heard from the traffic person, Mr. Casey, tonight that there was studies that have talked about bringing this down. Mr. Molnar, too. He brought up about the crest, which is in my backyard. It actually has been quite functioning. It's a lot quieter with the parking lot than it was during construction. And so the parking lot has functioned reasonably well, and I'm the neighbor that looks onto it. My bedroom looks right onto my house, so it has been decent, and the parking isn't filled, and there's no overflow onto my side of it. So I think now with this, where we hear these reductions, maybe we're just getting to the new world, and it isn't 1.66 that we require anymore in our area. So I'm tending to support this. With my only concern is the traffic, the single entrance traffic. We're trying to create a grid traffic system in our country, and now we've got a single access point. So thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Worship. This is certainly a project that you would wish not to deny as a result of the parking requirement or that one variance. And there's no question that the parking issues that surround the neighborhood are not as a result of the residents, but as a result of all of the employee that takes place there and people parking for 8 hours a day and beyond, 12-hour shifts and things. So that's extremely challenging, and it's definitely a multi-year solution, because it's been multi-years that we've been working on the VIU, the hospital, and the downtown the Prideaux Street concerns and issues that have been identified. I would certainly, I just have a question to staff then. This is a massive site, and there's considerably more build out to take place on this site beyond this, and I know that this is what we're dealing with. With that said, will this set a precedent for future developments that will, in all likelihood, be asked and or requested beforehand to work toward a, whatever this is, a 0.09 per parking stall per multi-unit building?
Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, I don't think that the number itself results in a precedent. I think until such time that we review the parking bylaw, we do have just the policy which says we should look at reductions in parking requirements in these mobility centers, in these urban node areas where we're trying to encourage development. So I don't believe it sets a precedent. I believe until such time we're going to look at each case separately, and probably where there's a variance have, as with this one this evening, have an engineer review it and provide their recommendation as to what's an appropriate parking number for that project, taking into account the tenure, taking into account the composition of the size of the apartments, the number of bedrooms, etc.
Thank you. And then my only other comment would be that I would certainly ask that we have some sort of transit location identified for this entire build out of this entire piece of property, and where that bus transit location is going to end up being, so that it is convenient and encouraging to people to take transit, not just because we say so, but we actually make it extremely convenient with the future space that we have available to us on town site or otherwise in so which to do that. I'll be supporting it. It's something that I would wish not to deny for our city because of this parking, and keep a close eye on it.
Okay, I'll also be supporting it, and I'd just like to say that, not in a small part, that I have a lot of respect for Mr. Molnar and the work he's done in Nanaimo. His project on Terminal Avenue is a first-class facility, and obviously one of his tenants thought it was a great deal more than first class. I know that he'll address the issues as best he can in the new location as well. And while parking may not be directly his responsibility, I know his intent is to work with the city to see if there is any resolution that he can assist with. And So that said, I think we should just move into the motion's been moved and seconded.
That's correct, Your Worship.
So now we'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I move into C, Development Variance Permit DVP 234 at 2558 Nadley Crescent. Purpose is to obtain council authorization to vary the maximum height for an accessory building that contains a secondary suite in order to permit an overheight accessory building that is currently under construction.
Move staff's recommendation, Your Worship.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next is rezoning application RA 336 at 74 Lenwood Road and 1601 Extension Road. Purpose is to present a rezoning application to permit a subdivision which will include a mixture of small lots, R2, and conventional R1 lots. And we have 8 delegations here, and we have some correspondence as well. Ultimately, the motion that's before us is to receive the information of the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.066 and to direct staff to secure a community contribution prior to the adoption of the bylaw should council support the bylaw at third reading, and then there are the bylaws. So the very first thing we want to do, if we could, is to hear the delegations. There's 8 of them. They each have 5 minutes, and the very first delegation is Mr. Ray Campbell. Mr. Campbell, welcome, sir. You have up to 5 minutes. What would be helpful is just your name, address, and whether you were for or against the project, sir.
Roberta Road West, 119 Roberta Road West, and I'm definitely against this change of zoning.
Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, Honourable Mayor Rattan and City Council members, friends and neighbours, my name is Ray Campbell. I have resided in the Chase River area for over 47 years. My wife and I and many others chose this area because it afforded us a large lot and a country atmosphere. I'm here to speak about a rezoning application at 74 Lenwood Drive, which runs off of Extension Road in Upper Chase River. Currently, we have R1 zoning that provides for low-density, single-family residential development. This type of zoning provides guidelines for the growth of the community in a systematic and orderly fashion, ensuring that the use of the land and structures develop in proper relationship to one another. I think that's a page out of your own book. Our zoning laws have been in existence in Nanaimo for the past 75 years regarding the permitted use of land, buildings, and structures in the municipality. And now a developer wants to change our existing R1 zoning to R2 zoning, which will allow the structural layout of our established community, will change the structured layout of our established community by permitting small size lots and possibly mixed forms of housing. The aesthetics of the area will be compromised. The entire ecosystem of the area will be damaged beyond repair. The general meaning of rural will be lost, and the dynamics will be changed forever. The loss of the trees for our abundant wildlife, as well as a wind buffer for our area, will be non-existent once the forest is destroyed. Who will be responsible when the remaining trees on theirs and other properties topple in the next windstorm? The developer wants to sell these lots, not build on them. We are going to have a reputable builder construct these homes, or are we going to have a reputable builder construct the homes? And will these houses fit in with our existing high standards of single-family homes? Decreased property values come to mind. And schools may be overcrowded if this high-density zoning is allowed. Fire protection is also of a concern when dealing with the egress along this narrow road, which is going to be in the center of this new development. While 30 or 40 cars parking along the street may create problems as well. A garbage truck, for instance, wouldn't even be able to turn around, and it would probably have to try and back up to exit out of the area, and many children could be put at risk. Increased traffic with only 2 ways to exit our community in case of emergency situation is a concern as well. Our developer's plan, I notice on our developer's plan, I noticed a statutory right-of-way behind and alongside of existing homes. Will this land be expropriated from the residents of these homes? Also, if it is deemed necessary to continue the road through to Roberta Road West, how will that land be acquired? What is Plan A EPP 41206 shown on the developer's map at 1601 Extension Road? Will this be the office for selling homes and then torn down to create more lots? This has not been explained. The developer has given $14,000 to the city for certain considerations, but is this money designed for the park or for maintaining the park? We think, Elaine Hamilton Park across the street is sufficient for the neighborhood use. If R2 zoning is allowed, it will set a precedent for all of the small pockets of land and will have the same effect on the rest of the residents who currently enjoy their space and privacy. So if you want to change our well-established, friendly, close-knit neighborhood, and accordingly, we strongly oppose these changes. We would accept a moratorium to maintain our established R1 zoning and only R1 zoning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. I see any questions. Now, the next delegation is Ms. Evdel Andrew. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for pronouncing my name right.
Can you just pull the microphone towards you slightly? That'd be great. Thank
better?
You. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, honorable council members and Mayor Rattan. My name is Evdel Andrew. I live at 96 Roberta Road West in the Chase River, Nanaimo. I would like to speak to the proposal of rezoning 74 Lenwood Drive and 1601 Extension Road. As well, I would like to address the OCP neighborhood plan for Chase River in relationship to this rezoning application. Hopefully you all have before you a map of the Chase River district and a brief summary of the OCP. Highlighted on the map is the proposed rezoning lot sizes compared to existing lot sizes with the same number of houses on each lot. After the completion of the neighborhood plan, the Chase River Steering Committee developed general design guidelines which were adopted by Council in May of the year 2000. A neighborhood plan deals with such issues as land use and traffic and services. The benefits of having a neighborhood plan: residents have a framework for making decisions about change and growth in their neighborhood. Developers have a better understanding of what area residents want to see built in Chase River. City staff gain a better understanding about how the neighborhood would like to accommodate growth. Council is better able to make decisions that will benefit the neighborhood. For residents, it's important that you remain actively involved in the maintenance of your neighborhood plan. For developers, it is important that consultation occurs early and often during the development process. Trust and respect are imperative in developing our neighborhood. Public participation is the key to successful development in Chase River. We have a community plan in place. We are zoned for R1, and we want to retain our R1 zoning. I also have here, I would add that I have a petition that we started just only a few days ago because we have had such short notice on this issue. But we have a petition that will be ongoing, and we are very confident that if this goes to third reading and we end up August 7th in front of you, we are confident that we will have the Chase River community on board. Thank you very much for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Now, the next delegation is Ms. Nora Flieger. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'll hear about it. If I'm wrong, I know.
Good evening, Mayor Rutan, council members, city managers, community of Chase River. This is Matt Picard. He didn't get on the list tonight for some reason to talk, so we're going to have 2.5 minutes each. But everybody is repeating, so I'm not going to say a lot right now. But I've been in the neighborhood for 15 years on Roberta Road West. I live on a lot size of 7,000 square feet, and talk is they want to make the R2 small lot zoning 3,500 square feet, and that's half the size of my lot, which is very small. So I can't even imagine all of them squeezed into this tiny little area. And if we allow the R2 zoning in this one particular place, we can just imagine it's going to happen all over. And we've got lots of acreages around in our backyards and front yards, and it will probably happen everywhere, and it will just destroy our community the way that we love having it. I just want to read one thing on our vision statement. Chase River is a well-established and close-knit neighborhood. The residents of Chase River have expressed and shown through their actions a strong neighborhood spirit and commitment to the future of this area. Involvement of residents, protection of the area's rural qualities where possible, promotion of green neighborhoods, preservation of the environment, preservation and promotion of the area's history, and addressing the safety and support of the area's residents is paramount to the success of future development in Chase River. Please, when you make this decision, just make a wise decision. Thank you. Matt Picard.
Your Worship, councillors, my name is Matt Picard. I live at 101 Roberta Road West in Chase River. I am opposed to this rezoning. We have lovely large lots in our area, and adding a large number of micro lots in a very small area right in the middle of our large lovely lots, it won't fit the neighborhood. It will not mesh well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, the next delegation I have is Mr. Tom Bennett. Mr. Bennett, welcome, sir. You have also up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Bennett. I live at 1613 Extension Road, and my 43,000 square foot lot directly borders on this proposed project, and I am opposed to the rezoning application for 74 Lenwood Drive. Has anyone thought of the people that bought property in Upper Chase River because of the green space, the openness, the lower density, and the elbow room between properties? When you look at our hillside, you see big, spacious lots, birds, the trees, the wildlife, and the rural atmosphere where neighbors have a sense of privacy. Our peace and calm will be invaded in the most intrusive way, and it's time for us to speak up. The developer wants to turn this tiny piece of property into a crowded 19-lot subdivision, where the majority of the lots are 33 to 35 feet wide. The plan pushes the extreme to rezone to R2 so he can put in 3,400 square foot lots, which will look like a trailer park. He's destroying the aesthetics and dynamics of a beautiful neighborhood at our expense, because we will all lose value on our estates and have to cope with all the problems that come with high density. The developer presented us with a letter. I quote, "The developer is a local family man that appreciates heritage. He is sensitive to the environment by protecting the wetlands." This is his letter to us. How can a man totally destroy the ecosystem and the peaceful atmosphere of a park-like forest, disrupt the whole neighborhood, and still call himself sensitive to the environment? He's donating a wetland and a small parcel because he's crammed in so many lots. He hasn't even left himself any access to it. That's why he's donating this parcel. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to attack this particular developer, but this is a precedent-setting application with the city. I would like to know if City Council will appoint staff to think this through and think of the consequences of what you're doing to our neighborhood. What about the extra pressure in our school system? What are the plans for the schools to absorb the extra students from high-density developments? How wide is this road? My figures show 49.22 feet from their front property line to my back property line. And then you got to go minus the sidewalk, the curb, and any setbacks. How wide is the road? Where will you park 30, 40, 50 cars on half road? Don't forget, 19 lots, lots of them suitable, and how many people will be living on this tiny road? Will emergency vehicles be able to safely travel down this road while neighbors have a party and overload the parking situation? Remember, it's a half road. How close to my property will they be able to cut for the road? Will the road have a storm drain, or will it drain into my property? Or will it drain down into the wetlands to create mosquito heaven? How will trucks, garbage trucks and snowplows, turn around without a cul-de-sac? Will the garbage trucks have to back out every week with all the kids that would be living on there? They have indicated that 5 meters or 16.4 feet of my property will someday be the road. Well, don't want that. Will we have a privacy fence between our property and this project, or between my neighbors and the park? Will my property become a dumping ground for the residents across the street? And we all see how that happens. Will the residents or kids cut through my property? What can I do to stop this? Who will maintain the park? What will happen with the wetland area? The proposed trail will provide easy access to our private properties. Will it have borders, fences to maintain adjacent lot privacy? Who will police it? Will the park become a dumping ground for adjacent properties? Will the park become a place for transients to camp, then start roaming our properties at night? Will it become Needle Park? Because this is just a little bushy area in there. Is the developer going to run his storm drain into the wetlands and create a swamp? What will happen to the water table after the forest is eradicated? What will happen to the trees that surround this project after the forest is gone? Will it create a new vortex for the wind and topple neighbors' trees that have lost their protection? Will the neighbors receive compensation if these trees drop on their houses? With the change in the water table, will our trees die? Will my pond dry up? Will my well go dry? Will there be pest and rodent control after the forest floor is gone? I'd like to point out that we've only had 12 days to prepare for this brief. We were told 23 hours before a meeting to find out about all of this, and then that was on June 11th. So we haven't had time to prepare. But in closing, do you know that the Chase River Neighborhood Association at a meeting on that June 11th voted almost unanimously against R2 zoning of the upper Chase River Hill above Extension Road? Has the association been consulted? Can the association meet with someone at City Hall to discuss this rationally and come up with a solution? Again, I oppose this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, the next delegation is Ms. Christine Plumpton.
Honorable Mayor, members, friends and neighbors, council members. My name is Christine Plumpton, and I reside at 92 Roberta Road West, just one street over from the proposed rezoning application for 74 Lenwood Drive and 1601 Extension Road. I'm opposed to this development. My husband and I bought our home over 25 years ago because we liked the feel of the neighborhood and its generous lot sizes in comparison to other more densely populated areas of Nanaimo. In 1999, Chase River residents successfully completed a neighborhood plan and strongly conveyed their desire to retain their uniqueness within the greater community. I do not believe allowing a large rural property previously owned by Mrs. Prost to be rezoned to R2 for the development of 19 building lots to be in keeping with the residents' desires to maintain the neighborhood's distinct personality. I fail to see how a new lot owner can feel they fit in with the neighborhood plan on a 10-meter wide lot when the residents surrounding their future home live on lots that are double or triple that width. My own home was initially 2 105-foot wide lots, subdivided into 3, and still maintains a width of 70 feet. How can a new homeowner feel pride of ownership when they live on a street that can be likened to a laneway overlooking some other resident's backyard? Not to mention having to build to certain specifications limited by the configuration of that lot in conjunction with its width. I'm opposed to R2 zoning in principle because it is not in keeping with the integrity of the surrounding neighborhood, nor will it preserve the flora and fauna as it currently exists. I have many concerns about the timing surrounding this rezoning application, as well as the developer's inability to respond to the neighborhood's concerns of the implications on our environment, traffic flow, noise levels, and property values. In conducting my research for tonight's presentation, the City of Nanaimo's website is clear that the Land Title Act authorizes a municipal council to appoint a person or persons to independently administer the approval or rejection of a subdivision. That officer has the authority to use considerable discretion to either approve or reject a subdivision application, and it is expected to determine if the final product is in the public interest. As long-term Chase River community resident, this is not in our best interest. It is noteworthy that the approving officer and not the municipal council that approves or rejects the subdivision application. On behalf of the surrounding neighbors of this proposed rezoning application, I implore you to just say no to R2. Thank you for the opportunity to air my concerns over this application.
Thank you. Now, the next delegation is Mr. Mitchell Plumpton.
Okay, we know my name. I've lived all my life in Nanaimo. I've worked all my life in Nanaimo. I'm now newly retired. And I've seen this Nanaimo change over 55 years. And everything changes, and time's marching on. And there's a lot of money out there, I see. But there's no reason for an R2 in this district. The developer has not thought about the slope of the land, the runoff that's going to come off 19 houses. It won't be sponged. It's just going to go run right off the pipes into this reservoir. The cars, there's going to be too many cars. Who's going to look after the children when these cars are going up and down? Already he's got problems with the S-bend and the elevations and the traffic. Linwood Road, it was built 25, 30 years ago. The road's not even ready for a T-bone into this and then bringing all those cars out onto Arrington Road. If you're looking for some kind of smaller housing in Nanaimo for people to live in that they can afford, maybe you might try across over in Cedar where they cut all that land and all those trees down 20 years ago, right behind the dump. But, you know, I don't want to see R2s above the railroad because then it's just going to put everything out of context. There's going to be a bunch of fences. If you take a look at Colwood, if you take a look at the way they split the other subdivisions just before Chase River, nobody's enjoying it at all. You got the whole community not for this. And we were given like very short notice. And I'm not very political on this one, but I'm showing up for this one because it's just way out of context. You know, and that's about all I have to say.
Okay, sir.
I hope you vote and take a little better look into this. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, the next delegation is Ms. Elaine Bradshaw.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors of Nanaimo. My name is Elaine Bradshaw with my husband Andy, and we live at 105 Linwood Road. I was born and lived in Nanaimo for 22 years. After getting married, we moved to Calgary, where for 14 years we lived in a half duplex across the street from a fire station on one of Calgary's main arteries. When it came time to move back to Nanaimo 2 years ago, we wanted mature trees, a large lot, and a quiet neighborhood. We found that here. Our kids play with their friends, there are many birds, and this is the view when I sit at my kitchen table. We are directly across from where the proposed lots are. We are very familiar with the size of the proposed R2 zone lots, which are anywhere from 325 to 459 square meters. This was the size of our lot in Calgary, and the possible house size, given the required setbacks, is narrower than our half duplex was. In looking at the lots in Cinnabar Valley and Chase River communities, the smallest lot we could find was 472 square meters. The developer is requesting the rezoning in order to have 19 lots instead of 13 with R1 zoning. The current proposal has only 5 of the 19 lots zoned as R1. Of a special concern are the 4 small lots that come out directly onto Lenwood Road. As you can see in this photo, this is where the beautiful maples are located, and they will disappear with the proposed rezoning. With such small lots, there is no space to keep such large trees. We have several concerns. First of all, noise. Having watched the construction across from Chase River School for the last 2 years, I am quite confident it will take a similar length of time to develop the acreage across the street. This noise will include chainsaws, trucks, excavators, and various trades with their equipment. Number 2 is traffic. Lenwood is quite narrow, with little parking for multiple work vehicles. We are especially concerned about construction traffic. There are 11 children ages 2 to 14 between our house and Extension Road. They are always riding bikes up and down and walking to one another's houses to play. Their safety is a significant concern to us. 4 of the children are ours. Another concern is the ongoing traffic. An additional 30-odd cars will add, not factoring in any tenants of legal suites that might be included. It is already difficult to make a left turn from Lenwood onto Extension Road, given the large volume of traffic from the many new homes in and around Cinnabar Valley. And number 3, the forest. Besides actually felling most of the trees, those left are likely to sustain root damage while excavators dig for foundations and utilities. The solitary trees that are left will be more susceptible to the strong winds that we occasionally get once the buffering effect of the forest is gone. Individual homeowners are likely to be fearful of trees coming down on their homes and thus have the trees removed later. Larger lots mean that more trees could be saved in the first place, reducing the problem. Realtor Tim Waite, in a letter to homeowners surrounding the proposed rezoning, said, "The proposal for the new subdivision has a mix of lot sizes in order to accommodate a range of homeowners. People pretty much need a car to live out here, as bus service only runs once every 45 minutes to 1 hour. If they want to shop at Southgate, the return trip is a solid 1.5 kilometer walk, mostly uphill. I'm not sure that really attracts most lower income families." In conclusion, Chase River is a mature community with large lots, beautiful landscaping, abundant birds, and nice homes. Residents are willing to live further from amenities because the atmosphere here is peaceful. It is not in the best interest of our community to change the zoning from R1 to R2. It is a dangerous precedent to make Chase River look and feel more like a trailer park than a beautiful neighborhood. Please do not approve the application to rezone from R1 to R2. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the final delegation is Mr. Tim Waite. Mr. Waite.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. As mentioned, I'm here to provide you with information regarding the proposed partial rezoning of this property. There are a number of affordable housing opportunities within this proposal for the new lot subdivision. And as the neighbors mentioned, as we went to all 75 of them in the area to inform them about the project, we made sure that they understood that the majority of the lots would not be R2 at the current minimum zoning size. For example, only 6
lots would be 325 meters square. There's one lot that's 388 meters square. 6 lots would be 459 meters square. One lot, which would be another R1 lot, would be 472 meters square. 4 lots would be 680 meters square, and one large lot at 758 meters square. And I'd be happy to provide you with those as you can see them on the map. So the proposal is a partial R2 lot subdivision with a bullhead at the end for turnaround, which is registered on lot number 15, which would be part of lot number 15's driveway as well. So a fire truck could turn around down there on that bullhead, and if that road ever did go through to Roberto, then that easement on that lot would come off as a bullhead. So turnaround is possible down there. And just so you know as well, the current way to build a subdivision on one side is with 3/4 of a road, 15 meters, not half a road. So that's important to understand as well. The R2 lots are 150 feet long. So having 2 cars on a 150 feet lot is not a problem. I'd also like to mention to you, when it comes to the OCP, on page 49 it says to increase the OCP's neighborhood designation is to increase housing choice. And that's the purpose of this particular subdivision. We're shooting for seniors who still want to live in a home, but can go online to various sites such as Select or Genesh Plans and find a nice sized small home to live in a rural setting. We've performed a tree management plan to protect the beautiful trees in that area. We've had an engineer do a survey of the wetlands area as well as the project for water runoff. We've hired a biologist to ensure that the wetlands is looked after. The developer has provided a 15-meter setback around the wetlands to protect that wetland. The quarter-acre park that's been donated by the developer has 2 accesses. One off the new road at the back, as you can see, there's an easement, and one off the front. So the city-maintained park can be accessed. And not only that, all of our neighbors from Lenwood all the way to Centenary can easily walk down to the park. Just wanted to briefly mention to you a few things that the developer has also done, as well as what was commented by our neighbors. The $14,000 community contribution is designated to go to the Chase River Neighborhood Park upgrades. So we're very proud to be part of that upgrade in that city, or in that subdivision, and in that area. And that's something that the city has supported. The developer, as I mentioned, hired an arborist, a certified arborist, to ensure that the trees were maintained and looked after and the preservation in that area. And that's important to the neighborhood plan of Chase River, where it says the preservation of trees during development and the retention of trees on site where development is not contemplated in the near future is of importance to the residents of Chase River. Those trees are important to us too. It's a beautiful city area, and we want to maintain that beauty. So the developer, it was commented on that he is a local man. He did buy the property from the Prost, Mrs. Prost's estate, and he's had several recommendations from the family to name the street and to name the park, and that's the type of heritage that he wants to maintain in that area. And so we're proud to say that there's a lot more that we could answer to the concerns of the neighbors when I met with them. All of their questions, I'd be happy to address them through a phone call, because we do care about their area. We understand the need to have a family-type area, but we're looking for a partial zoning application, not a full R2 zone resident. So thank you for your time.
Okay, I see no questions. Thank you, sir. Oh, Councillor Batchy, you did or didn't?
Actually, a question to staff.
Yes, staff.
Can I do that? In your report, it refers to the OCP designated density of between 10 and 50 units per hectare, and it states that this development, as it's stands here would increase that to 12. Are secondary suites permitted in R2 zones?
Thank you, Worship. Secondary suites are permitted on any single-family lot in the city, provided that they're over 375 square meters. So there are, just from looking quickly here, there are a handful of lots in this proposed development, 6, I guess, that would not meet that measurement.
6?
So 6 of the proposed 20 lots would not be eligible for suites.
Okay. And if those 6 you say would not, right? So that means there's 13 that would?
There's 20 lots in total that are proposed. So there's 16 lots under the current proposed configuration that would allow for suites. Sorry, 14 that would allow for suites. 6
Okay.
lots.
So suppose that happened, what would that do to the density of 12 that you're talking about? Or is that included in there already?
That's not included in
It's not
that
included.
number.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Worship. I'm interested in the process here. Now we have the staff's recommendation that we're just going to receive this report, I understand, and then the second thing is to direct staff to secure community contribution, so on and so on. So if we receive this report, what happens next? Is it going to go to first and second reading then a public hearing, so on?
Well, yeah, but remember, under item D, the purpose is to present a rezoning application to permit a subdivision, blah, blah, blah. So, we could, maybe, Mr. Lindsay, do you want to...
Where's the CT?
There is a bylaw that's intended on this thing.
So as with all rezoning applications, Your Worship, we bring forward the report and the associated bylaw is on for consideration of first and second reading. If council grants the zoning amendment bylaw first and second reading, it would then proceed to the next public hearing opportunity, which I believe is August the 7th. So at that time, we would do the formal notification, both in the newspaper, hand delivery, mail out to the residents for that.
The bylaw, right?
That's okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that council receive for information the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.066 and to direct staff to secure the community contribution prior to adoption of the bylaw should council support the bylaw at third reading.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Greaves.
And if I may speak
Yes,
to this
please.
as well. As Councillor Greaves mentioned earlier, and as the motions that are stated, it's just to receive the information, receive it for information, and there's a bylaw that will follow, and if council should go through and adopt the bylaw at first and second reading, that gives the community in Chase River the opportunity to come back to council and let us know whether or not they're fully in support of this. So this also gives them the period of time that they've asked for to be able to come and address council, because many of the delegations that I heard said that they didn't have enough time to speak to council and they weren't prepared. And so if we allow for first and second reading to go ahead, it will go into the papers, there will be public notification, and so all the residents in the area will be informed. And then on August 17th or August 7th, is that the correct date, will be able to come to council and be able to give their opinion. And going from there, council will be able to adjudicate at that point in time and decide whether or not it wants to move forward with the rezoning. So I'll be supporting the two recommendations.
Okay, the motion was for 1 and 2. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you, Worship. This is actually quite challenging because we're asked to have open minds when we're dealing with these circumstances and situations. And, we're talking about if we support this bylaw, at third reading, and in advance of this, like tonight, we'd be directing staff to confer with the developer for the community contribution now. And so it certainly leads down a path, not just in theory, but certainly in reality. And sitting on the Development Process Review Committee, the small lot subdivision, or R2s, was something that I believe that we implemented for infill, primarily, within the city core, so to speak, and not necessarily or specifically for rural areas that speak to form and character, that speak to residential options for demographic categories, that speak to neighborhood character. And so I think it's really important when we look at what neighborhood character and form is for the current residents, that we are very careful with this small lot, not this one specific, but the ones that we deal with on an ongoing basis. In fact, tomorrow we have a Development Process Review Committee meeting, and the number one item on the agenda is a small lot policy that we directed staff and guidelines because of concerns just like this, as we've gone through a couple of years now of learnings. And so I won't be supporting this because tomorrow we're meeting to discuss this very topic. And I wish not to lead the developer or the residents of this area to think one or the other, when in fact tomorrow we're going to be discussing this with members of that committee and come back from that with a guideline policy recommendation. So until such time as we have done that at the committee level, I'm not in a position to support either one of these recommendations.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm confused about this report. And I'm thinking that there's something different here than we typically receive. And I think typically we would get a report on this and we would make a decision then to give it first and second reading and send it to public hearing. But tonight, we're not doing that. And it seems to me that's not the usual way we do this. So can I have some clarification on if this varies from the normal process?
I think, Your Worship, certainly staff have followed the normal process. There's a report on your agenda that talks about the application, recommends the community contributions be secured if council proceeds with third reading of the application. I think what may be different than what council normally sees is that usually the public input process occurs primarily at the public hearing, and it's somewhat unusual to have a number of delegations show up at first and second reading. Most of the public input process is sort of funneled or encouraged to come through that public hearing process.
Yeah, except that in the past we've had an opportunity to reject an application before it goes to public hearing, and I've seen that on several occasions. So this would normally be the time when that could happen, where we could say, no, we don't even want it to go to public hearing. But that's not the way this reads. So what it reads here, the staff recommendation is to receive the report and then instruct staff to go about securing some amenities, which implies to me that we're beyond first and second reading. So I need some help.
Certainly, Your Worship, staff's recommendation, because the only report we ever bring forward is at this time at first and second reading. So we identify the community contributions that are proposed, and we recommend that if council agrees to give third reading to the bylaw, they be secured as a condition of final adoption.
Okay, so I need you to tell me that this is not this is not a motion to move first and second reading. I need you to tell me that.
Your Worship, if I can just jump in.
Please.
Following the staff recommendation is proposal for first and second reading for this bylaw. So if council directs staff or receives the report and directs staff to proceed with attempting to get the community contribution, but then proceed into first and second reading of the bylaw and don't pass first and second reading of the bylaw, it fails, and we would not proceed with pursuing the community contribution because it would be moot, because there'd be no third reading.
So I understand then the first and second reading is the next thing on this agenda.
Correct.
It's not that. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, that was a little bit of my confusion as well. It seemed to be written differently than what I have previously seen. I concur with Councillor Bestwick. I remember he brought this up probably 2 months ago about another small lot subdivision, and his concern was that we're, there will all be small lots, and it wasn't very an attractive situation. And I did also recall him saying about this is mainly for infill, and there was a 3-house infill small lot subdivision that is going in on Latimer that I see almost every day. And, it is attractive. They're brand new houses. And, but I don't know if I want to see 20 of them. And although I do take great offense when someone said it looks like we live in a trailer park, because I've lived in a trailer park for about 20 years of my life. So I don't know how I feel about myself. I don't know if I should be disgusted with myself or...
Not at all.
Anyway, I thought I was a nice person. Anyway, but I get the gist of what that means. And I don't know if we want to go into a long diatribe here because we do have a third reading and public hearing and all that stuff. But I know where one of the delegations does live, and I see his lot here, and it is huge. It looks like South Fork in Texas. So, sure, I'd be doing all I could to save that property as well. I wonder what he paid for taxes. Anyway, I'll support this. I know we're going to go to public hearing, and we still have a chance. I feel too bad for the developer and so on, because I'm wondering how many R1 lots would go into that property. And would there be value in, I don't know what the percentage, and I think this is what Councillor Bestwick was discussing tomorrow, they'll be discussing. Is there some way we can get a certain percentage of these lots R2? And I know that there are various sizes, but the character of this community would change quite a bit with all these smaller lots. So I'm prepared to move ahead on this, but I still have apprehensions. Thank you, Worship.
Okay, Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, if I may. I've heard Councillor Bestwick and respect the position that the Development Process Review Committee has taken, and respect the hard work of the many volunteers that sit on these community-appointed or council-appointed committees. Is there an opportunity to defer this, receive the report tonight, but to defer any further discussion on it until after the Development Process Review Committee meets?
Yes, Your Worship, I think that would be within Council's discretion.
Then, Your Worship, may I make a motion to that effect? Sure. I'd like to make a motion to receive for information the report pertaining to the zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.066 and defer any further discussion with regard to this zoning until the Development Process Review Committee meets and presents their recommendations.
Second. Okay, moved and second. Let's. Yeah, we do have one motion now.
Yes, Your Worship.
But this is a motion to refer.
It's a motion to refer back to staff, so that means that oversees the other motion, so we need a seconder and a vote on it.
So on the motion to defer then, we have, Councillor Patchy, did you want to speak to the motion to defer?
Yes.
It's not normally debatable, but go for it, sure.
Motion to defer.
Yeah.
Yeah, just very shortly. I'm glad that we have the possibility of doing that because, I'm really torn at this point once I have the answer on secondary suites in R2. Sometimes I don't always take that into consideration, and I should, because that will make this very different still than what any of us have talked about. So I also realize that Councillor Bestwick's committee is doing hard work of that. We have had 3 or 4 of these subdivisions in the last 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. My other option is to go for first and second reading and then thrash it out when the public hearing comes. But I prefer to see the result of the committee first before going any further. So that's what I would be supporting the motion to defer.
Okay, I'll be supporting the motion to defer as well. And I also agree with, a lot of what's been said. I'm uncomfortable with it. And, I think Councillor Greaves made the point about South Fork. When you look at lots 22 and 23 and 24, I mean, these are huge, huge lots. And unquestionably, a small lot subdivision directly across the street is going to have a dramatic effect on their lifestyle. If they were smaller lots, I don't know if it would make it any easier, but to have the enjoyment of very large lots, and most of them are on this side below the proposed subdivision, it's going to mean a traumatic change, and I have challenges with that. But anyway, that said, the motion to which I will support is to defer. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So it'll be deferred. We'll move into item E now, the
Your Worship.
Sorry.
Oh, you're going to request council comment?
Sorry?
So I was going to make the recommendation so we can move this forward.
Okay, the liquor license one?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Your Worship, I move that council recommend the Liquor Control and Licensing Branch approve an application to include patron participation entertainment as part of the New York Style Pizza and Pasta's existing food primary liquor license.
Moved and seconded. I see no discussion. All those.
Do we have to hear it?
Sorry?
We don't have to request anybody to talk on this, do we?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just that, no, there's none. It's just that the council recommend the liquor control license. Okay? Question, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We move into item F, notice of disposition, lease and license disposition to Island Ferry Services Limited. Purpose to obtain council approval to publish a notice of disposition for city-owned lands at 1 Port Place in association with lease and license agreements to Island Ferry Services Limited for a proposed foot passenger ferry service. And there are 2 recommendations, 1 and 2, in that motion. Move 1 and 2. Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into G, land exchange agreement for 155 Westwood Road. And the purpose to obtain council approval in principle to enter into a land exchange agreement with the owners of 2090 and 2902 Skaha Drive to complete city ownership of the land on the north side of the Millstone River between East Wellington and Westwood Roads. And the presentation, Mr. Dale Lindsay. So, Mr. Lindsay, I know there's been a little bit of confusion about this issue, and so it would be much appreciated if you would bring great clarity to what's happening here.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity just to introduce actually the next 2 items on your agenda. They're both tied to the proposed East Wellington Land Exchange, and as you mentioned, I think there's been some confusion, so it's an opportunity for me just to, of course, remind council, but maybe more importantly for the members of the public that are in attendance and watching at home this evening. First of all, just a little bit of context about the properties that we're talking about. Of course, most people know the Millstone River itself. It bisects our community starting down in the harbour. It runs generally parallel to Bowen Road, where it goes under Bowen Road at approximately the Quarterway Bridge, comes over to Buttertubs Marsh, ultimately finding its way under the parkway, out through some rural properties and farmland to the city boundary on East Wellington Road. And certainly along the Millstone today, you'll find a number of parks and public open space, including many that have been there for years, like Bowen Park, where the river runs primarily along the north edge of the park, but certainly coming down into Buttertubs, and also looking at some recent acquisitions that the city has acquired in the East Buttertubs, in the West Marsh, and in the East Wellington Road Park, both of which were acquired within the last 5 years. So we have a number of parks that follow along the Millstone today, of course providing the opportunities for passive and active recreation for our citizens, but they also have those benefits of protecting the environmentally sensitive areas around the river and allowing for a wildlife corridor. In addition to those benefits, there's also been an opportunity to complete or partially complete a pedestrian or a trail system which runs along significant portions of the Millstone River. Now, we've had it in our policy documents for many years to develop what's been called the Millstone River Greenway, which is this vision of eventually creating a trail that would run the entire length of the river system. And there are a couple of key properties, or a couple missing links, I guess I would say, that are preventing us from completing that vision. And we're here to talk to you tonight about an opportunity, we think, to maybe close one of those missing links. As Council will recall, late last year, Council authorized the purchase of 155 Westwood Road. This is a 6.8 acre site, approximately 2.75 hectares, was purchased for $340,000. It's a relatively long, narrow property. It has about 400 meters of frontage that runs along Westwood Road, and the property is only about 75 meters deep. But for us, it was a key acquisition because it allowed for the opportunity to continue that trailway that I spoke about earlier and allow for the ultimate construction of a trailway along the river system. At the time we purchased that property, we committed to Council to review options for the land and report back. While we were looking at options, it came to our attention that there was opportunities for a possible land exchange with two of the neighboring property owners who approached us, and we're here this evening to explain that land exchange and to recommend Council support that in principle. So we'll look more closely at the three properties here that are part of the land exchange. 155 Westwood Road is the property that's hatched on the right-hand side or on the east side of the image. Again, that property is about 400 meters in length and about 75 meters in width. The adjacent two properties, we have a farm at 2088 Skaha and about a 5-acre lot at 2092. Both of those properties, to varying degrees, are bisected by the Millstone River. So the farm, for example, has a significant portion of the site which is currently does not have legal access, which is on the north side of the Millstone River. Likewise, the 5-acre parcel, the smaller parcel, has about an acre of land on the north side of the Millstone, which they currently do not have legal access to. The two property owners approached the city about the potential of doing a land exchange involving these three parcels. And this map shows in detail the breakdown of that. So as I mentioned, the original site that we purchased last year is about 6.8 hectares. This proposal is to retain 2.3 hectares of that original purchased land and exchange the balance, which is 4.5 acres. In exchange for those 4.5 acres, the city would receive 9.7 acres of land, basically the portions of the land north of the Millstone on those two properties I spoke about earlier, and below the bluff. There's a natural sort of steep bluff that runs through those lands. So, Your Worship, the final end result, should Council support this land exchange and we ultimately get the approval of the Agricultural Land Commission, would see that original purchase of 6.8 acres convert to a 12-acre park adjacent to the Millstone River. And with the ability, may be difficult to see on this map, but there's dashed in red is the approximate location of a trail that once constructed would provide access from Westwood Road right through to East Wellington, and again complete one of those key missing links in our Millstone Greenway system. The next steps in the process, if Council gives us approval in principle, we'll proceed with the notice of disposition of the land and we'll be returning to Council for formal approval. As I mentioned earlier, the lands themselves are actually in the Agricultural Land Reserve, and the subdivision, the trail construction require the approval of the ALC, so we're seeking on the second report this evening, Council resolution to support that concept and direct staff to work with the ALC to obtain those approvals. If we are successful and ultimately we're able to obtain the land, then the following process, or the next process, would be a park planning process to actually go into detail about how the city would use and develop those lands. So going back, Your Worship, to that first image I started with, but now including that property that we would acquire through the land exchange, it gives you a better sense on how we're able to provide sort of a continuous greenway along the majority of the length of the Millstone River as it's within the city boundaries today. I'm certainly happy to take any questions that Council may have.
And there's no money exchange, it's an even trade.
Your Worship, the city is responsible for the survey costs and subdivision costs, and that we would estimate about approximately $20,000.
Okay. Councillor Brendan, did you have something? No? Any questions on this? Oops, sorry, did I just take Councillor Bestwick off? There you go. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I only have one question, and that is, should this land exchange proceed, the size of the subdivision in terms of lot size, that we, could you explain to me what size of subdivision? Would it be RS 1? What's the options for this subdivision?
Certainly, Your Worship. So maybe I just go back to the plan to talk about. So all of the properties right now are zoned agricultural, rural. I believe it's 5-acre minimum lot areas. They're outside of our urban containment boundary, and they're all in the agricultural land reserve. If this land exchange was to go through, all of the properties would continue to be in the agricultural land reserve. The existing zoning on the 3 privately held properties would be continue to be agricultural lands. Most likely, as we do when we acquire park, we'd probably recommend council consider a process to rezone that park to parks and open space, but the remainder of the lands would remain with existing zoning.
I'm not sure that I'm clear on that. So the land exchanges take place. The private property owner now of, I'm not sure if it's 155 Westwood or whatever it is, will have the ability to subdivide the property that we exchange.
They would have limited opportunity to subdivide under existing zoning, which is 5 acre.
They have to be in front of us and looking for rezoning.
They would have to come to council for rezoning, but I would say most importantly, the land would continue to be in the agricultural land reserve, and they would need approval for any subdivision that they would propose, any non-farm use they would propose, and ultimately rezoning would require the approval of the LC.
So, thank you. Sorry to, and I know it's late and there's lots more stuff. These agreements would provide for a subdivision and realignment of existing lots. But what I'm hearing you say is that it would stay in the ALR, and which means it wouldn't, the agreement wouldn't provide for subdivision unless, of course, they came to us and sought a rezoning. So it doesn't automatically turn into an opportunity without a rezone for a subdivision.
That is correct, Your Worship. I think when we use the term subdivision in the report, we're talking about a subdivision or reconfiguration of the land, as you see here on the existing image, to a subdivision and reconfiguration that would allow for that. So that's the subdivision of those larger parcels, subdivision reconfiguration of those existing property boundaries. You're quite right, though, that subsequent rezoning, official community plan amendments would require this or a future council's approval, if the applicant even desired to make those applications.
Thank you.
But all that land is in ALR, is it not correct?
That is correct, Your Worship, yes.
Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Briefly through you to staff. The intent was, the proposal was he wanted to increase the opportunity for, advance the opportunity for agricultural land use, perhaps increase his blueberry farm space or instructional opportunities for agriculture in the future?
Your Worship, I probably don't feel too comfortable speaking with the intent of what the other private property owner is. I would say, though, that the lands north of the millstone that he currently holds do not have any legal access there. So with the exception of him maybe building a bridge over the millstone, there's no way for him to get to those lands. The reconfiguration that you see on the image before you right now allows for the creation of a parcel that actually has frontage on Westwood Road, and as a result, he'd have access to all of his land. So I'm sure that's one of the factors. It might not be the only.
Good, thank you.
And obviously, he's aware he doesn't have access.
He's certainly aware of that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. The staff recommendation has not been. So if anyone would like to move move 1 and 2. Second. I see no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Mr. Lindsay. Moving into item H, application for a subdivision and application for recreational trail uses in the Agricultural Land Reserve 155 Westwood Road and 2088, 2090, and 2095 Skaha Drive Purpose is to present an application for a subdivision and recreational trail within the agricultural land reserve for property at 155 Westwood Road and the same three addresses I previously gave, in order to subdivide the lands, provide additional opportunities for agricultural use, and permit trail development along the Millstone River corridor.
I'd like to move, Your Worship, that council support the applications for subdivision and the siting of a recreational trail in the agricultural land reserve.
Second? Okay, I see no speakers. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into application for a subdivision and application for a recreational. I guess it's substantially the same, but somewhat different. Application for a subdivision, application for recreational trail uses in the agricultural land reserve, 154 Westwood Road. This is item I. Purpose is to obtain to present applications for a subdivision and a recreational trail within the agricultural land reserve for property at 154 Westwood Road in order to subdivide lands, provide additional opportunities for agricultural use, and permit trail development along the Millstone River. The significant difference is pretty tiny. The previous is 155 Westwood Road. This is 154 Westwood Road.
Move staff's recommendation.
Okay. Seconder, moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Besser.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I have to ask, because we did this on the last one, that council supports the application for subdivision twice in a row on the applications in ALR properties, when we just said, well, somebody would have to come back to us and make application for rezoning before anything could be done. But in the last two, this one and the last one,
so
we're approving the subdivision.
So in the last one, we were speaking again to the subdivision to allow for the reconfiguration of the parcels. So any amendments, changes to the existing boundaries requires the approval of the agricultural land reserve. Before the commission will consider it, they look for a resolution from the local government to support the reconfiguration or the subdivision of the land. In the case of item I, it's a property that was historically separated when the Nanaimo Parkway was constructed in the mid to late 90s, resulting a piece which is on the west side at 154 Westwood, and a remainder which is on the other side of the parkway bordering on BC Hydro. All of these lands today are now owned by SPCA. They're looking at subdividing the portion off on the east, so it's a subdivision under existing zoning. And BC Hydro is looking at purchasing that and consolidating it with their property.
Okay. Councillor Paggi.
Thank you. To Mr. Lindsay as well. Could you explain in a little bit more detail the connection between BC Hydro on Matson Road and the eastern portion then of 154 Westwood Road? Is it the intent that that piece comes out of the ALR at some point? Why is BC Hydro involved in that part?
Your Worship, if Council recall, not too many meetings ago, you considered a development permit application for the BC Hydro lands. Part of their interest is Madsen Road at this time. It services only their lots with the exception of that remainder that's owned by the SPCA. So their intent, as I understand it, is to purchase that, which would ultimately allow for us to close Madsen Road, stopping at the northern property boundary, sell it to BC Hydro, and allow it to be consolidated with their property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now, I see no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We're going into item J, unresolved building deficiencies, notice on title, section 5.7. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to unresolved building deficiencies for the properties listed below. The staff recommendation is the motion that council by resolution instruct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice respecting the properties listed below at the Land and Title Survey Authority of British Columbia under section 5.7 of the Community Charter. The first property is 130 Canterbury Crescent, legalization of a secondary suite. Anyone in attendance tonight that wants to speak to matters related to 130 Canterbury Crescent? The next property is 124A Green Lake Crescent, authorization of a secondary suite in an accessory building. Anyone in attendance tonight that would like to speak to matters related to 124A Green Lake Crescent? The third property is 270 Lambert Avenue, authorization of a secondary suite. Anyone in attendance tonight would like to speak to matters related to 270 Lambert Avenue? The fourth property is 31 Labarge Road, authorization of a secondary suite. Anyone in attendance like to speak to matters related to that property, 31 Labarge Road? Number 5 has been withdrawn. And number 6, the final one, 316 Nottingham Drive. Anyone in attendance tonight that'd like to speak to matters related to 316 Nottingham Drive? Seeing none, if somebody would like to move the recommendation.
Your Worship, I'll move that council by resolution instruct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice respecting the properties listed below at the Land Title and Survey Authority of British Columbia under Section 57 of the Community Charter.
Seconder? Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the item K, 2013, the 2013 Statement of Financial Information, purpose to obtain council approval for the Statement of Financial Information.
Recommendation.
Okay. Seconder? Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And item L is amendments to the general election bylaw, purpose to obtain information regarding proposed amendments to the bylaw number 7219 regarding legislative changes to campaign financing responsibilities and a term of council. And the staff recommendation is that a motion that council receive the information of the report pertaining to the general election amendment bylaw number 2014, number 712901. And thank you. Seconder? Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And I move that general election amendment bylaw 2014, number 7129.01, to provide for housekeeping amendments related to new legislation requirements regarding elections past first reading.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed?
And that general election amendment bylaw 2014, number 7129.01, pass second reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? And finally?
And that general election amendment bylaw 2014, number 7129.01, pass third reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now finally we get into number 9, A, Community Services, the RCMP Quarterly Report. I just want to thank Superintendent Fisher. Apologize for staying this long, but there was a small advantage when the crowd got a little raucous outside. I noticed you disappeared momentarily and followed by almost piercing silence, so thank you very much. So, welcome, sir.
Council, I'm here tonight to provide an update on our quarterly crime stats from January to the end of March of this year. And you'll find the report before you as part of the agenda package at page 250. Rather than review each category in detail, in the interest of time, I'll simply point out a few highlights that I think you should be aware of, and one area that I think merits some further attention on our part. As you can see, our violent crime severity index continued to drop compared to the same time last year. Pleased to see a reduction of 10.9% in this area. Our goal had been a 5% reduction. As well, our overall crime severity dropped 5.9% over that period. A small drop in property crime of 4%, which is encouraging. We're still seeing, in my mind, lots of property crime here. Too much in my mind, but a drop is obviously better than an increase. Our domestic violence investigations remained about the same as in regards to those that were founded, which means that we attended and there was an actual assault that took place. If we're looking at total reports of domestic violence, it remains at one of the lowest levels in over 2 years. One area of concern for me is our number of referrals recently to restorative justice over the quarter. There was a significant drop in youth, almost 40%, adult 40%, and youth around 35%. I would like to see our numbers higher in that area. I think restorative justice is an excellent program in the community. And in speaking not only to the offenders that go through restorative justice, but also to victims that have been involved in that process, I hear a lot of great feedback and much more positive feedback than I hear in those types of cases that we refer through the court system. I think there's a greater level of satisfaction from the victims and they see the process. And as well, the level of recidivism or repeat offending from offenders that go through that process is much lower. So I have had discussions with some of our watch commanders in that regard, as well as our operations officer. And last week I attended the John Howard Society AGM and was able to have a follow-up discussion with their restorative justice coordinator. She advises me that over the past month our referrals have started to increase, which is a positive sign, but I think that's definitely an area we need to pay some attention to. We saw another decrease of about 28% in our injury collisions. However, our instances of impaired drivers remains high, 33% increase in that area, and distracted driving, so cell phones, texting, remains an issue as well. You see a 50% increase in there, and we've paid more attention to that, trying to bring down the accidents associated to distracted driving. Aside from the stats, a couple other areas that may be of interest to you. We did a bit of restructuring with some of our volunteers and encouraging them to get focused not only on one program or one crime prevention program within the office, which is what had been done in the past in a lot of the programs. We're doing more cross-training with the volunteers so that they can switch from a role like Marine Watch and go over to do some Speed Watch with us and some of the other programs. So it increases their involvement in the detachment and in the community and gives them the option to do a few other activities as opposed to just one area of expertise or interest. Great turnout this weekend at the Law Enforcement Torch Run. We raised over $2,500 and saw an increase of about another 30 participants this year, which was great. We continue to assist with security planning for the summer games, and that's going quite well. And lastly, just an announcement that our operations officer, Inspector Al O'Donnell, will be retiring in early July. He and his family are going to remain in the community. They've lived here for about 7 years. I've known Al for over 5 years, and we're good friends, and I'll miss him, but I know he's been a huge help to me since I've arrived here. And had a huge impact in the community. So I thought you should know that he's due to retire after almost 40 years in policing. So well-deserved retirement. And I'm open to any questions if there are any.
I just have a quick question, Superintendent. First of all, with Al O'Donnell, I mean, I really agree with what you've said. He's been a great asset to the community, a very popular officer and a very likable guy, and we wish him well in his retirement. We thank him for the efforts he's put in the years he was here. But my question gets back to, you were saying there was a drop in referrals on restorative justice, and I'm just not quite familiar who makes these referrals, and you say they're a little bit on the increase again now, but they were dropped. What can be done to increase the number of referrals? Because I think restorative justice is a good program.
So some of the referrals can come from our officers at the outset. If they see a case that they feel is appropriate to consider, instead of sending it through the court process, provided that they have the agreement of the offender to enter into that process as an option, and also the support of the victim or the victim family. As well, Crown has the option to refer some files, but the files that I'm referring to in my stats are strictly the police referrals. So I think we have control over that in looking for files that we think are appropriate. And we're hoping to bring in the Restorative Justice Coordinator to talk once again with our watch commanders just to refresh their awareness of the program. And that we do have, I mean, we're lucky in this community in that we have the capacity of restorative justice facilitators to handle an increase in referrals. Often that's not the case in some communities. So I would like to see us leverage that more.
Good. Well, I just want to thank you and compliment you for the reduction in some of the issues and some of the policing issues, because any drop is a good drop. It's nice to see something happening. Thank you for that. We do have a question. Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly through you two. 28% reduction in the number of collisions resulting in injury. Is that, do you think, as a result of the increase in violation tickets being issued for distracted drivers? Could it be?
I think it could be. I don't have evidence to tie the two together. I think as well the focus that the traffic unit takes on impaired driving. A lot of, pretty much most impaired driving accidents involve some level of injury. So to see the focus at this unit, and it's not something recent, they've had a heavy focus on impaired driving for years, long before my arrival, and I think are one of the best units at doing that in the province. And we see them get Alexa awards every year. But if they continue to focus on that issue, that is a key indicator of driving down, that and distracted driving, driving down injuries.
Good. I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Superintendent. I think good report, very timely, and I apologize for having you wait so long for it, but there was a benefit for us in you doing so. Thank you. The next item now is the Nanaimo Fire Rescue update. Chief Craig Richardson, Nanaimo Fire Rescue, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on an update on the fire plan and a few other key initiatives in the Fire Rescue Department. Council's directed staff to review the fire plan and consult with stakeholders along the way. And what I'll be doing tonight is giving you an overview of that process. I'd like to make the brief presentation and then take your questions at the end with your permission. The primary purpose of this presentation, again, as I said, is to overview the process that we'll use to review the fire plan. And included in that are two additional initiatives. The Paid On Call program, which has been a big part of the department for a long time and has been largely unchanged for a number of decades. So we're currently reviewing that process, and the results of that review will be included in the fire plan. The second piece that we'll be adding in the fire plan is our response to emergency medical services. And as council is aware, recently the province has made some changes, BC Ambulance Service, in terms of how they respond to some of their incident types. Their intent is to try and get quicker response times to those most serious incidents. Throughout that process, we've been in communication and working with the BC Ambulance Service superintendent, with our own fire medical director, our firefighters union, and our staff to see how our response model will mesh with theirs so that we can provide the most efficient and effective service. So that piece will also be included in the fire plan as we move forward. You'll recognize this fire plan framework as Appendix A in the information report. And this essentially overviews the process that we'll be using. And I'll touch briefly on each level within this framework, which ends at the top with some fire plan options that will come to council around budget deliberation time in 2015. Again, this process will be inclusive of the stakeholders that I mentioned previously, staff, public consultation with our local union. So at the first level of this review plan, really we're trying to answer some key questions here, and that's what's occurring in terms of our incident types. What types of incidents are we responding to? Where are they occurring? How serious are they? What are the consequences of those incident responses? And I'm just going to move forward to this to the map here so you can see. This is Appendix B in the report, and what we have here is distinctly 8 different areas within the city, and our plan is to assess each one individually. The 4 highlighted in blue through the corridor of the city are the areas that we currently can achieve a 6-minute response time to with full-time staff in those areas. And then we have the 4 areas in the red circles, which are areas that we currently fall outside of our 6-minute response. We know that the response types, incident types, and the demand and the frequency of incidents is different in each one of these areas of the city, and our plan is to assess each one independently and bring back those results to council. I'm just going to back up here. So once we've conducted our risk assessment, the next step is going to be to look at how we can prevent those incidents from occurring. And if we can't prevent them from occurring, how can we reduce the consequence or the harm that they create in the community? And our plan is to have an update report come back to council sometime in the winter, probably January, so that you'll have an understanding of what types of initiatives we think we can undertake. Again, those will be specific for the geographic regions of the city that I just spoke about. The response model step will be the 3rd step in this process, and based on the risk assessment and the prevention initiatives, we'll then explore through a consultative process with our staff, public consultation, and our firefighters union, a number of different response options that will provide a response that's specific to the risk within each area of the city. And that will end with a report around the budget deliberation time in 2015 with some fire plan options for council to consider so that we can make the best informed decision. And just one last slide. This fire plan that will come from this process is one that will be a continuous loop. It'll require continuous ongoing evaluation, and it'll be not unlike the 5-year financial plan where council revisits it each year and then moves forward and approves the next 5-year period. So part of this process will require continuous monitoring and evaluation. So once again, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I'll be happy to take any of your questions.
Do you have something? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. All hazard risk, does it include all departments' response? All city departments? Are you meeting with all the city departments and going over the community risk and talking about response?
We, at the Protective Services Department meetings, we've been talking about how we can integrate our prevention and our response programs for all of the divisions within the department, yes.
Okay. Who will conduct the risk assessment?
The risk assessment in fire will be conducted by staff and with our local union and consultation with public stakeholders. So we'll be doing this in-house.
Okay. And I don't see recovery on here. Typical disaster risk assessment, planning for mitigation, planning for response, and recovery.
Yeah, recovery is something that's typically been managed right now through our emergency program, through ESS volunteers, and will certainly be part of the process.
But I mean, I'm talking long-term community recovery and business recovery, and recovery. Like if you have 56 risks in the province and 22 of them identified in Nanaimo, and how does the community recover from that too? Is the ongoing process of response. So
yeah, perhaps Mr. Siegward would like to speak to that one.
In combination with what Chief Richardson's talking about and the emergency plan, we will work with the different parts of the community to determine what that longer term recovery is. You can take the worst case example of Christchurch, New Zealand, which has a 7-year recovery plan. We're attempting to learn from each situation that we see to help us develop in that regard.
Thank you.
Just to clarify that what the Chief's proposing is related to the fire plan. So it's specific to the fire plan only at this point.
Okay, but it was some good background too, though. Thank you. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Chief. Just a quick question about response times. When we talk about 6 minutes, it's within 90% of all the calls?
Yeah, presently our target is to respond within 6 minutes 90% of the time.
All right. So with the 4 exceptions, Hammond Bay and Westwood amongst them, what is the response time in those places right now?
Citywide, our response time is around 80%. We're meeting our 6-minute response time approximately 80%.
Even in Hammond Bay and Westwood?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Chief. Very interesting information. Yeah. Second, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the next one is the proposed Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Centre to be introduced by Parks, Recreation and Culture Commission Chair, Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I'll even put your mic on for you.
Thank you. For purpose of discussion, I'll bring forward the following recommendation that we're not having the recommendation yet. There's some presentations first.
Yeah, there'll be a presentation first.
Presentations first.
You might just want to mention some of that.
Okay. The purpose is for the council to obtain direction regarding the proposed Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Centre project.
Right, and the first presentation we have is Ms. Kamala Tang and Mr. Ian Nymouth for the Nanaimo Boathouse Society. Then we have 10 delegations after that.
My name is Kamala Tang. I'm president of the Nanaimo Boathouse Society. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to present our concept of the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Centre located at the Brecken Boat Ramp and ask that you consider this project a priority for the city of Nanaimo. I also acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Sunemu First Nation and express our deep gratitude for their involvement in this project. We now like to see the video. Thank you. Now, in that video, you saw a great variety of activities possible at a boathouse. That was a community boathouse in Oklahoma, actually, with land and water activities for children and young people, for athletes of all ages, for team building, Olympic level training, family outings and parties, celebrations. Now, we cannot do all those activities, but we plan to do some of them. We are a registered not-for-profit society with a board of 10 directors, and Ian Nymeth, the architect, who's been with us as our building and design advisor since our first meeting in January of 2012. Several of our board members are here tonight, as well as community and business supporters and paddlers, some of whom have actually rescheduled their practices so they can be here, although the Dragon Boat Festival is less than 2 weeks away. So I want to thank everyone for being out tonight. Letters of support. As you can see in your package, we've received support and expressed interest from a wide range of organizations. They've given us letters of interest, but a wide range of organizations and citizens in Nanaimo who have given us their letters of interest and support. Even Chief John Wesley of the Sunemu First Nation has given us their letter of interest, but with a strong statement drawing our attention to the broader historical and legal context in which this project will be carried out. Their support is a major contribution to the project, and we've already met with Sunemu to begin discussions as to how their support can be recognized at the boathouse. You can see from the list, we have support from the university, the Port Authority, Brecon Hill Association, Search and Rescue next door to us have been on board from the start and continue to support us strongly. They also plan to use the center quite frequently. We have strong support from the Dragon Boat Festival Society, who after 11 years of successful festivals with an economic impact over $1 million per year, in 2007 it was $1.2 million, They fill all the beds in the city and overflow into homes and at VIU, but they still have no home. They plan to be at the new center where they can grow the festival and be even bigger and better. We have support from the tourism sector, hotel and tour operators, support from the major paddling club NCKC, from Dragon Boat teams and community members. We are also very pleased to have the support of the commercial neighbors at Brecon, from Sea Air, Sealand Market, and Stones Marina, and all the businesses within those areas. Their encouragement and enthusiasm for the project has been amazing. Now, the needs of the paddling community themselves. You can see, while there's very limited washrooms at Brecon, there are no washrooms along the channel. There are no change rooms. This picture here shows, that's at the top left. There, that's Brecon parking lot, actually, where they're changing. And that's in mid-March last year, during an outrigger weekend racing event that had roughly 40 teams coming from the island and the mainland. And it was not sunny Caribbean. It was just about 5 degrees with a wind chill factor of 0. You can see us scraping the boat hulls on Newcastle Island. That's the basic boat maintenance we can manage. The moorage of boats, tied up to whatever dock is available. Security, vandalism, the effects of the weather on the boats in the year or in the water year-round, they're all problematic. The coach boat has been stolen a couple of times, and the engines were never found. And a particular problem for Sunemu is the tidal levels, when coupled with the mud, often restrict their access to the water in the estuary. They have to haul their boats up to Brecon for almost every practice. Our proposed user groups. We shall have an emphasis on bringing in young paddlers while holding on to our seniors. And this center will not only be for paddling, add training and certification, adventure tourism, festival planning and event hosting, as you will see in the activities and programs. They're heavily listed there, and yes, now there's a picture with a great story behind it. In 1985, the Canadian women's outrigger team included 3 women from the Mid-Island. There's Gail Timmer, Ruth Matson, and Kathy Gallagher. And that year, 1985, at the 40-mile Molokai to Oahu race in Hawaii, paddling through 10-foot waves and watching out for sharks for over 7 hours, they set a record for the highest finishing Canadian women's team, finishing 5th overall. That record stood for 28 years until last year. And here we have Ruth and Gail. They're still paddling. No matter your age, ability, or disability, that's the magic of paddling. I'll now ask Ian to do the facilities.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Your Worship, and Mayor and Council. I see 8 or 12 inches away from the microphone. Great.
Yeah.
Anyway, I know you know the site thoroughly because you all live in Nanaimo, but I'd just like to bring you a couple of things to your attention. On the top right of where the word facility location is, it's right downtown. That is the harbor you can see. And as you walk along to the left, you'll see the site on the opposite end. Now, between those 2 points, you have all of the waterfront of Nanaimo, and you have all of the various activities that go on. Connecting those 2 points is a beautiful walkway that we intend to develop and to use throughout, for the rest of a period. Anyway, the site is located at the end of this walkway, destination point, which is right next to where the existing Brecon boat ramps are. And if you look at the inset in the middle of this slide, you'll see the photo, the aerial photo showing the marina, the search and rescue boat with the blue roof, and then the other picture to the right is another look at the same spot. The area that we intend to develop, of course, is in between the two boat ramps. If you look at that last picture on the right, between the two boat ramps where the word site is. We selected this particular location, as you know, because the entire site is under the control of the city of Nanaimo. The city holds the lease from the province, and that particular site is one of the very few sites, in fact, it's probably the only site that the city has jurisdiction on the waterfront. It's a very, very good site to allow boats to be accessed into the water. And of course, we have all of the power boats that use the two ramps right now. We intend to put our facility right in between those two areas on the site that is not used a great deal. In fact, I'm not sure it's used at all. Anyway, I'll just run to the next slide. This slide shows the various uses that we would accommodate in the facility, and you can probably read them very quickly. It embraces, low freeboard docks, handicap accessible docks, boat storage in the buildings, of course, and so on. And if you go all the way down through the list, it's quite comprehensive. And these items address some of the needs that we have been looking at and where we have visited other boathouses, and there's things that are really missing from Nanaimo. On this particular slide, you will see some of the places we visited on the island that indicates some of the types of rooms and the types of facilities that we would be accommodating in our boathouse. And you will see maintenance and training areas and a painting room, boat storage, of course, a workshop area, multipurpose room, etc., and of course the accessible docks. If we look at this, the layout of the actual facility, you can see top right of the picture, there is the one boat ramp. Bottom middle is the other boat ramp. The facility is located right in between those two. And there are three areas where we have fingers, the floats. Just to give you an idea of the scale of this, each one of those floats where you will see a diagram indicating a dragon boat, each one of those floats is 50 feet long and the float itself is 20 feet wide. The reason for the width and the length of that is, in fact, to accommodate the sort of usage we would get on those floats. When we load a dragon boat, we're looking at 24 to 25 people trying to get into one dragon boat. So we have to have the space. These docks, of course, will be designed so that when everybody is standing on one edge of it, they're not going to be tipping up or doing anything like that. The large area that's colored white in the middle is where the storage and the workshop areas you will see on the left portion of the floor plan. And that is accessible from a driveway at ground level right in the middle of the building. So you can actually drive a truck into that space to unload things, boats, kayaks, whatever, any of the equipment and so on. And then there's a series of rooms that is a little bit difficult to see at this scale. But those rooms comprise of locker rooms. We have a lobby with an elevator in it to get upstairs. We have at the front top right-hand corner, there is a space that's designated for a concession area and a tourism adventure welcome center. On the bottom section of the same floor plan, you will see public washrooms and change rooms and a potential retail space that we hope to be able to use. Now, we've tried to accommodate a lot of outdoor areas on this plan, and you will see that we're connecting both ramps with a very extensive deck arrangement that allows for a lot of gathering space, because in this gathering space, we have to accommodate full access to the emergency building on the top, middle, and we also, it'll be a place where we will store some of the kayaks, etc., that's accessible to the public, and still keeping boat ramp areas segregated and, secure, as it were. We have two boats that you can see within the space between the emergency building and our facility, and that is a potential dock area for the divers who would like a home to be able to pick up and drop off their diving crew and visitors who frequently use this site. I think that's all on this particular slide. On the upper floor, of course, we have a repeat of the floor area below, and it consists of a deck all the way around the main area of the building. The left side of the building, you'll see, is wide open and vacant. That is our multi-purpose room, which can be used for all manner of events, and is one of the potential rental areas in the building for city and community events. And then there are a series of rooms, one of which is, of course, a catering space, catering kitchen, and then we have more washrooms and some spaces for group paddling groups, etc. When we look at the elevation of it, this is the proposed sketch at this time, and you will see the two decks with a very pronounced iconic roof shape on the top. The top right-hand corner, of course, of the building is where all the public, not public, but the multi-purpose events will be. And that space leaks out onto the decks all around on the top floor. The bottom floor in blue is where all of the hard-working area of the building is. And as you can see, the building is erected on piles, and then the floats are off to the right. So the building is at ground level, which is accessible from the parking area. I think that's it.
Thank you. So, the next slide. So now we go to the projected capital and startup costs. You have before you the projected capital costs of $4.7 million, with startup of $400,000, covering the purchase of boats and equipment, plus working capital prior to the opening. And you can see a list there of what we look at for purchasing. It is our intention to raise this money through a strong fundraising campaign nationally, provincially, and locally. We are meeting with fundraising consultants to find the best fit right now. We are also doing research on grants from all the different avenues, corporations, foundations, philanthropists, paddlers, community supporters, and government. And we've already had meetings with some potential sponsors and donors. We've received encouraging feedback, even excitement at the prospect of this facility in Nanaimo, in the Mid-Island, and we have further meetings booked after tonight's process. The projected costs, that's the operating costs, for year one. Let us look at the expenses first. They have been estimated by the size of the building, the hours and nature of operation, and the expertise needed. This has been done with the advice of professional accountants. We have built in an interest expense, often monies from governments, their agencies, and even foundations are not usually paid out immediately. There are always holdbacks, creating a need for short-term financing. We've been very conservative with our estimates for revenue for the first year and expect significant growth in memberships and the rent in the second year and thereafter. We are asking for a management fee or city contribution of $100,000 for the first year, and with our projected increase in revenues thereafter, we expect to reduce that contribution to $80,000 a year from year 2 and thereafter, maybe even less. In year 2, we expect to have little or no interest costs, thereby decreasing our total expenses. And with our increase in rents and memberships, we may even see a small surplus. The deficit of pre-opening and ramp-up costs for year 1 will be covered by the working capital of $200,000 that was raised during the fundraising campaign. Programming costs are not included in the building operating costs, and all programming will be run on a break-even basis. Let us see the economic impacts of this project. We have here, as you can see, the economic impacts of construction, operations, and new festivals and events of the boathouse, and these are significant. You can see from construction, but that's a once-off of $8 million in output and $3.2 million in GDP and 54 full-time employment, equivalent employment. But operations and new festivals and events will be annual. So you're looking for the operations and ongoing operations will generate $564,000 in output, $425 in GDP, plus employment. And the new festivals and events that we will be introducing, beyond what is happening already, will bring in an additional $425,000 in output and $211,000 in GDP. That will be a 17% additional economic benefit to the present average sport tourism, which in 2009 to 2012 was just under 2.5 million. That is significant. We also have many social and community impacts, and there are many, and you will see as they go. We have several, but just to point out just a few from this list, just keep going. The area revitalization, tourism development, community integration, VIU impact connections, and the involvement of Sunemu First Nation, health and wellness. These impacts are very real, and they will grow, as many see this project as having great impetus. Yes, we are asking the city for a contribution towards the running of the building, but it is clear that your fiscal responsibility is met by these economic, social, and community impacts. And the cost-benefit ratio is overwhelmingly in favor of the project. This is a good investment for the community of Nanaimo. Our milestones. Year 2012 to 2014, we have achieved much. We have conducted over 140 meetings. We've engaged the city, the Sunemu, NEDC, VIU, the Port Authority, and neighboring commercial businesses at Brecken. We had direct meetings with 16 dragon boat teams, representatives from NCKC who have over 230 members, the Nanaimo Paddlers with over 250, and the BC Marine Trails Network, and a broad range of general public and other potential users of the Boathouse and Paddling Center. We commissioned a thorough feasibility study with the assistance of NEDC, MNP, the Port Authority, the Coastal Community Credit Union, the Zorkin Group, and personal contributions from several board members. This study also included 40 hours of interviews with stakeholders in Nanaimo as well as paddling organizations in BC. We hosted an information tent at the Dragon Boat Festival last year, and we are booked to do so again. What may we lose if we do not progress to the next stage at this time? We will miss possible funding opportunities with the upcoming federal election. As you know, funding through grants and sponsorships is the main avenue for all community amenities, locally and nationally, which means a wider and deeper search, needing more time. We will miss planning synchronization with several groups. Just for example, NEDC and tourism, adventure tourism development, events and tours, Port Authority, their inner harbor upgrades. There will be displacement of the present paddling docks. Brecken area businesses, their revitalization planning, upgrades, new investments. Sunemu, cross-cultural paddling programs. VIU, outdoor sports programs and international student programs. And they made it very clear to us that everyone is looking for international students now. That's across the board. And how can they attract them other than academically, which is anybody's choice. But it's what can the community give to these potential international students? What experiences would they have when they get to that community? And this access to the water, paddling, the islands, they're into that. That's another huge attraction, and it's part of our culture. And we also have the BC Marine Trails, launch sites, website, promotional events. And of course, the tremendous interest and momentum we have built up will be in jeopardy. So why are we here tonight? We understand this is one step among many. And our society has a tremendous amount of work to do before we can request and get the permission and the means to drill the first pile in the ground. In response to the recommendation from Parks, Recreation and Culture Commission, we must ask Council to determine that the Boathouse and Paddling Center is a priority so that we can continue to work with the public and the variety of interested stakeholders, spend the summer doing more research and planning, and then launch our fundraising campaign in the fall with all the other work to follow. What do we need from the City of Nanaimo? We believe that you will recognize the broad support that exists and the value of this community amenity to all of Nanaimo, and consequently, you will identify the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center as a community priority. Thank you, and Haishka. And now, we would like to leave you. You're clicking?
Not moving.
Yeah, we're going to do the.
We'd like to leave you with a stunning image of Nanaimo, Nanaimo's waterfront, from Newcastle Island, with all the different types of boats, kayaks, and canoes that attract so many to this area. That's the essence of our harbor city. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a question, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I just had one question, and it was in regards to the financial. So if you could go back to year 1 and 2 in your presentation for me, just could you go back to the revenue side?
Falling asleep.
Is that the operating?
Yes.
Okay. Should be there.
Yeah, so when I look at this, it says in year 1, the management fee from the city would be 37%, and then in year 2, it would be 39%, which in your presentation you discussed a potential surplus. So, and also the operating costs being reduced. So,
Why has the percentage gone up?
yes.
You will notice that the totals have gone down, but maybe the 80 has not gone down enough to show that drop. I worked it 3 times to make sure.
Okay.
But you notice the total operating has dropped dramatically.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Patchy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Tan. Just one quick question on the capital fundraising. And here it shows that society plans to raise all capital funds for the project by various means, including municipal grants. What kind of municipal grants would you be looking at on top of the operational money that you're asking us for?
We said including the municipality, because as you know, you go to the feds or the province and they would ask, so what is your municipality doing for you? What is your city doing for you? We do not expect cold cash, but we are hoping that there will be some in-kind and some services that we will evaluate as your contribution. Just access to Brecon, that is valuable. There is a value to that. And we hope that the lease is not market value.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for your presentation. When you speak to 4% or $67,000 year one for interest, are you intending to take out a loan?
We will need a line of credit or we are hoping not to. We are hoping that we will have the working capital of the 200,000 and be able to carry the cost. But as we all know, with large constructions, there are holdbacks, and we may or may not, but we're hoping not to, have a line of credit just to carry the construction and then pay it right back.
Thank you. Another question. You have mentioned sponsorship, and you indicated considerable letters of support along the way. And I'm just wondering if you've discussed sponsorship and you speak to the value and the importance and significance of international students choosing a place to be educated, and they look at other activities. Have you talked to our 2 most recent hotel proponents that are significantly connected to the...
We haven't spoken to them yet. They're on the must-do list.
So Hilton and, big time developers and lots of money, and that would be good to fill their hotels up with people that want to come here to do that might see that as a...
Yes, and we are very aware of community contributions, etc., that are part of the system. We felt we had to get to this stage where we get the blessing from the city to move forward into those areas of talking specific sponsorship and donations. But yes, we've got several businesses already saying, come back and talk to us when you get to that point.
So I would certainly just suggest it would be more palatable for me if I knew that the big corporate players that want to come into our community and contribute to our community in a big way would view this project as something that they would like to hang their hat on, not whether or not we're the bank of the boathouse, so to speak, but they are, because they're bringing their tourism based on, and I think that they should make the contributions. They should be making the contributions as corporate sponsors and partners in a venture such as this. And if you could get 50% of your $5.1 million from those 2 big players, great, then come back and talk.
One of our objectives.
Yes, it is one of our objectives, and yes, we will be going after, especially the new ones that are coming in. They are seeing potential in Nanaimo, and this is even added amenities that will do their business well. But again, we're at a point where we must get past this before we can go with any kind of, did I say authority and say, yes, the city is allowing us to use this spot
Supporting it.
and supporting it, and we're moving forward.
Okay, Councillor Brennan.
Your Worship, just wanting to be clear, at this point, you're not asking for any funds from the city.
Correct.
And you, your plan does not require capital funding from the city.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. You know, the project, it looks wonderful. We've spent a lot of money in the last little while on parkland and things, so we're kind of strapped right now. Have you looked at the building next door, the market, and taking it over with existing renters and turning that existing market with some parking space? I mean, I think it's a $3 million purchase right now.
Yes, we've met with Mike Sargent, we've had tours, we've had meetings. It is not suitable. You can talk about the topography and the building itself.
Well, there's a substantial amount of work that has to be done to those buildings to bring them up to the present codes, etc.
I understand that reasonably
yeah.
well with my design background.
Well,
you've answered my question. You have looked, so that answers
Yes.
my question. Thank you.
Okay, you know, I might just say for myself, I don't see any other questions right now. You know, I think it's a good project. I really think this could be a huge economic generator for the community. Where I still have my problem, though, is the funding, and I think I did indicate this in an email to you, Ms. Tang, that one of the concerns is, you know, the city had an issue previously. There was an active group that wanted to build the aquatic center, and we, the city, I wasn't on the council at the time, received assurance that they would get a party together and a commitment, and they would raise the money and build it. And of course, they started on the project and then weren't able to raise the money, and the city was invariably drawn into finishing the project and spent millions of dollars to do it. And so this is my concern. I totally support it, but my concern still remains that, you know, because it's city-owned property, which you acknowledge, I mean, if the project starts, gets partly underway, and then for whatever reason, good or bad, right or wrong, it runs out of steam and the project sits there. It's city land, and there's an obligation on the part of the city to complete this. And so, I mean, if I knew there was some kind of an assurance that the city would not be obliged to step up at the plate, if there was some kind of a way of determining that the monies involved would be entirely raised, as you suggest, I would be more comfortable with it. But I just have the fear that this might be another aquatic thing, and I say that with all respect to the people that tried to raise the money. They worked very, very hard. They're very respected people in the community. They just weren't able to do it, and so I'm not being critical. I'm maybe just being a little bit more concerned that you know, if we run into a situation like that and it falls upon the taxpayers of Nanaimo to pick up the reins and pay for it, we don't have a lot of capacity left. I think Councillor Beswick or perhaps Councillor Kipp mentioned that we've just spent a great deal of money, as you're well aware of, in the Lily Valley, and that our cash reserves are strapped. So to become part of a guarantee, of a commitment, a financial guarantee, is concerning to me. Anyway, we've got...
Well, I would like to say something,
Sure.
because I'm sure most of you are aware, especially with federal grants and many kinds of grants, you cannot start a project until you've raised the money. And many tend to be will have to be matching or subject to. So we will not be starting to build unless we've raised the money.
Okay, that's good. Now, Councillor Johnson, did you have something to... Oh, Councillor Brennan, did you want to go back on something?
No, that was going to be my point, that there would be no groundbreaking
Until the financing package
until the
is ready.
financing was in place.
And
Yes.
that's why I say I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, great. Good to know.
Councillor Johnson, did you want to?
Are we going to receive the delegations
Well,
first
we've
before
got,
the recommendation?
Yeah, I think we should. So I know you were chomping at the bit, but we do have still 10 delegations left.
Yes, I won't make the recommendation or speak to it until we've received the delegations.
So thank you for the presentation, and now we'll hear from all this, and they all have up to 5 minutes, and we have 20 minutes left before we're obliged to retire at 11 p.m. So if the first delegation would be Mr. Mike Wise, if Mr. Mike Wise is here on behalf of Chief John Wesley.
Mr. Mike Wise is with the First Nations, and they were racing in Bellingham, and he could not get back. But he's asked me to read the letter from Chief John Wesley, and I will go through very quickly. This letter was dated April the 9th. And on behalf of the Sunemu First Nation, I am pleased to submit this letter of interest to the Nanaimo Boathouse. The two councillors from Sunemu who sit on your board of directors, Mike Wise and Paul Wise, have informed us of the progress that has been made in the planning of and programming of the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center project. We understand this includes a feasibility study indicating that the project has attracted broad support from residents of Nanaimo. We are also supportive of the facilities and other amenities that will be offered through the center, including docks, safe storage for boats and equipment, hoists, washrooms, meeting, and other gathering spaces. Sunemu is also very interested in the facilities and programs that will be offered through the center. Of special interest to Sunemu are the opportunities for cross-cultural training and other events and access by Sunemu members to recreational and athletic programs for all ages. And he added, in providing this letter of interest, we draw your attention to broader historical and legal context in which this project will be carried out. In 1854 at Nanaimo, the British Crown and Sunemu entered into a treaty. By virtue of the Treaty of 1854, the Aboriginal title and other rights of the Sunemu are recognized and affirmed. This includes the rights of the Sunemu to carry on its fisheries as formerly. Sadly, since the Treaty of 1854 was concluded, the rights of the Sunemu enshrined in the treaty were often ignored and systematically violated. The extensive development at Brecken Point followed the arrival of the Europeans without Sunemu consent is a case in point. We raise the matter of Sunemu rights in this letter to reinforce that in supporting this project, Sunemu is actually contributing to it in a very tangible way. Ideally, this contribution should be recognized in some form. We are very pleased to be involved with and contribute to this project. Sincerely, Chief John Wesley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next delegation is Mr. Don Cohen, Vancouver Island University. Mr. Cohen, up to 5 minutes, sir.
I'll be brief. Your Worship, Council, thank you for entertaining our presentation. This project, should we pull it off, should contribute lots to the community at very little cost. My employers have asked me to stand in for them and read the following letter of support from Dr. Nielsen. On behalf of Vancouver Island University, I'm pleased to offer this letter of support to the Nanaimo Boathouse Society. VIU Athletic Director Bruce Hunter has informed me of the progress you've made towards your goal of building a paddling centre on the Nanaimo waterfront. VIU is very supportive of such innovative and forward-thinking community projects and congratulates your group on the impressive work you've done to date. If you're successful in building the centre, VIU would be very interested in taking advantage of the opportunities of such a facility. We look forward to continue to work with the Boathouse Society as the project develops, and he's asking to please keep him informed and wishes us luck with the next phase. Over the last 35 years, I've taught there. I've run the outdoor program. We have staff paddling teams. We have student racing teams. We have credit and non-credit students using it, and you've heard about our international ed program. The school supports this in principle. I think they probably share your concerns about funding. We'll just see how that plays out, but it is important that your council at least considers seriously approval in principle of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next delegation is Mr. Gordy Robinson, Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue. And representing him is?
Murray Welty. And Gordy can't be here, but he has passed along this letter for me to read. So to the Nanaimo Boathouse Society, dear Kamala, Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue is pleased to be involved in your project and appreciates the fact that you have included many partners in your planning. Your team has done a wonderful scenario and willingness to provide Nanaimo area community such a great vision of your project on the water. We support your project as neighbor on the waterfront and are particularly interested in your meeting space in the new building. Our membership is around 45, and we have monthly station meetings as well as special events and training sessions that our facility cannot provide. We also look forward to the use of your kitchen facilities and washrooms. A focal point for paddlers, it would be a great chance to work on mutual safety training and share our love of the water. Our members have also expressed an interest in using the facility for their personal paddling activities, so it can go, though it shows to us a high-performance center will raise the overall membership and wellness of our crews and other community members. We wish you well in your endeavor and encourage our continued good relationship. Gordy Robinson, Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue, Station 27.
Good. Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Ian Nymus. Do you have something new to add that we haven't previously heard?
Good evening. Yes, I'm wearing a different hat right now.
Oh, good.
I'm a director of the Nanaimo Dragon Boat Festival Society, as you know, for the last 12 years or whatever it is. And this letter is from our current chair, Heiko Ben, and he wasn't able to be here tonight, so he's asked me if I could kindly read his letter out, which is a letter of support. Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center. As part of the feasibility study for the proposed Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center, and on behalf of the Nanaimo Dragon Boat Festival, I am pleased to provide our full support for this marvelous project. Our society hosts the single largest annual festival in Nanaimo in July, with up to 2,000 paddlers and their families, plus thousands of spectators arriving onto the Nanaimo waterfront. Currently, there are approximately 10 teams locally that operate out of various marinas throughout Newcastle Channel, but there is no single location where any could congregate to share experiences, skills, and more. Our Dragon Boat Society supports cancer and cancer research while simultaneously promoting beneficial health for those who suffer or who have suffered from breast cancer. One of the strategic goals of our society is to develop and enhance the sport of dragon boating locally by being a center of excellence for the sport and to provide a focal point for the various teams. Currently, due to space limitations and the place to hang our hat, we have had limited success and feel the addition of the NPBC will create a new synergy for local participants. In our quest for improvement, the following would greatly assist in the achievement of our goals: the freeboard docks, team room, administrative areas, sustainability and growth of the sport, training area, promotion of health and wellness, storage areas, and of course, washrooms and showers. The Nanaimo Dragon Boat Festival Society is fully supportive of the new center and strongly believes that once it is built and operational, the benefits to the Nanaimo community in sport, health, and financial spin-offs for the tourism industry and other associated businesses will far outweigh the initial costs within several years. Respectfully, Heiko Ben, Chair of the Nanaimo Dragon Boat Festival Society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Mark Stone, Stone's Marina. Welcome.
Thank you. Mark Stone, 1690 Stewart Avenue, Nanaimo. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. We operate the Stones Marina facility at the northern end of the ever-expanding waterfront walkway from downtown to the BC Ferries at Departure Bay. We and a number of business owners and operators were invited to by the Nanaimo Boathouse Society to an introduction and showcasing of their proposal for a paddling center to be located at the Brecon boat ramp adjacent to us. Besides being an incredibly brilliant suggestion for the further enhancement of our waterfront, we were impressed by how wonderfully the concept of a paddling center tied in with all the objectives underlying the city's ongoing commitment to sustainability. We've been involved with city planning initiatives for our waterfront. These initiatives serve as the framework for projects that seek to create vibrant public spaces and, by extension, a vibrant Nanaimo. Some of the strategies for initiatives discussed at city planning meetings and workshops included the requirement for public partnerships in our new economic reality. From our research, we have learned that some of the more successful waterfront transformations, regionally and internationally, occur when they incorporate local governments partnering with private and other organizations that can contribute to achieving strategic visions and priorities. As a nonprofit organization, the Society is looking to the city to help take them to the next level. And the next level will help get us all closer to enhancing the recreational and tourist appeal of the waterfront, one of the city's strategic priorities. As an economic development strategy, and as echoed in the letters of support submitted to the city on this project, the activities offered at the paddling center will contribute to our working waterfront by supporting business, transportation, connectivity, and tourism. In this way, the city's investment in the Society's plans will contribute towards making our waterfront grow as an economic driver. Also, our opinion is that partnership with the city will encourage the development of a comprehensive people-place addition for our community that will promote further densification, one of the principles underlying sustainability in our official community plan. We're beginning to realize positive results from the city's past planning efforts, now reflected in our new zoning and the adoption of our new community plan into the official community plan. Our waterfront is experiencing renewed investment and vitality. Our attendance at the workshop for identifying priorities in our strategic plan for 2012 to 2015 educated us of the importance of making every effort to continue to transform our waterfront into a place for people to live, work, and play. As a result, waterfront enhancement was made one of our strategic priorities. We submit that this priority, through this comprehensive waterfront enhancement proposal, should be reflected in our current capital budget as a priority project. We're hopeful that Council will feel the same way. And thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Stone. Very kind. Okay, the next delegation, Mr. Doug Drysdale, Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Doug Drysdale. I am on the Board of Directors with the Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club, and we strongly support the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center. The Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club has been offering diverse paddling opportunities to people of all ages and abilities for 25 years, focusing on flatwater paddling on Long Lake and the ocean paddling in outrigger canoes and dragon boats from the Brecon boat ramp area. Our present operations at Brecon are situated at the actual proposed site. On examining the proposed facility, plus the activities and programs it will be able to accommodate. We believe the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center will be a great asset for Nanaimo, as well as to Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club. With this center, it will allow us to increase our programming and enroll more participants, expand the variety of paddling disciplines that we offer, enhance training to include dryland training with the appropriate training equipment and space, promote more festivals and marine sports events, promote health and wellness through paddling and retain new members, and be a vital part of the paddling community gathered at the center. We are excited by the opportunities that will be possible with this facility, and we confirm our intention to use the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center. We are also willing to work with the Society in the planning and propose the programming that is needed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now, I might just ask, the next delegation is Ms. Stephanie Minke of BC Marine Trails Network. Is Stephanie here? Please come down. And while she's en route, maybe Mr. Swaby, we've got at least 3 more pages of agenda. We have around 8 minutes left in the meeting. Is there any city business that needs to be addressed?
Your Worship, it's been brought to my attention that item K and L are 2 that should be dealt with tonight.
K and L. Okay. Mr. Swaby, did you? Oh, no, it didn't. So, welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tan and councillors. I am president of the BC Marine Trails Network Association. It is obviously a province-wide organization. We are dedicated to working with various government agencies, communities, First Nations, and private landowners to secure access points and campsites along the entire coastline of British Columbia, which is 27,000 kilometers long. So we are not a small initiative. It's very ambitious and it's vibrant and growing. Nanaimo is a very central core area of our development as it is within the Gulf Islands paddling area. We have several campsites within the Nanaimo area, the closest, of course, being Newcastle Island right across the channel from the Brecken boat ramp. At the moment, paddlers who are touring various routes of the marine trails do not have access to communities because they have nowhere to leave their boats. They have valuables in their boats. Boats are valuable themselves at $4,000 or more each. They have paddling gear and valuables. They are touring. They are camping. They have their valuables in their boats. The Nanaimo Boathouse will give them the opportunity to access the city of Nanaimo. Contrary to popular belief, paddlers do spend money if they have the ability to do so. Usually they don't. The Nanaimo Boathouse will give us that ability. People from Newcastle Island, tired of camping, will say, let's take a break. We'll leave our boats at the Nanaimo Boathouse and go visit the city, spend a night in the hotel, go do some recreational stuff, see what the city has to offer. It's a really novel thing. We are trying to encourage other communities in the province to do the same thing. This would be it would be the first one. It would be a wonderful thing for us to have. And that is my main point of supporting the Nanaimo Boathouse. That's basically all I want to say because I know we don't have much time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Now, the next delegation is Mr. Peter Boone on behalf of Nanaimo Paddlers. Mr. Boone.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. My name is Peter Boone and I am President of the Nanaimo Paddlers, and I would like to enthusiastically confirm our support and interest in the Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Centre. We're a friendly group of paddlers who number 200 plus, and we specifically promote safe paddling and encourage skill development and respect for the environment. The harbourfront is an area we use extensively for our courses, workshops and paddling. You will frequently see our members launching from Brecken Point and other adjacent areas. We coordinate the annual Newcastle Island shoreline cleanup and also host an annual camp out on the island as well. Our club believes that the boathouse will be a great asset. It will be a safer location for paddlers to launch from and give us a better environment to debrief paddlers and prepare gear and boats before hitting the water. It will provide an excellent opportunity for the education of all paddlers about safe paddling, as well as giving us a central safe launching site. The boathouse will provide for a central location for all of Nanaimo and the wider Pacific Northwest paddling community, affording a world-class facility and providing paddlers from afar with a reason to come to Nanaimo. This facility will greatly promote safety in the local waters by centralizing access for paddlers, which will greatly reduce the potential for conflicts with other water users. It will also provide a fantastic opportunity to educate all paddlers that use our waters, especially with the proximity of the Marine Rescue Base next door. Having a designating centre will also make the waters safer for paddlers because other water users will be aware of the presence because of the presence of the boathouse. So we hope that this much-needed project will come to fruition and looks forward to the opportunity to utilise the boathouse to further our club's purposes. A safer harbourfront hub for paddlers is a must-have for our community, and the benefits will also reach far beyond safety. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Now, the next delegation is Mr. Fred Taylor.
Fred Taylor, 204 Emery Way. I oppose the concept of any additional user or occupation of Brecon Boat Ramp facility. I fully support the chair of the Parks, Recreation, Culture Commission, Councillor Diane Johnston. The proposed concept requires working with an organization to develop a community service and amenity. However, it would likely increase the concentration and likelihood of user conflicts in the area. I fully support the Director of Parks and Rec. Brecon Boat Ramp is currently experiencing high demand, including parking and facility capacity. This issue appears to resemble Long Lake. Goodbye the motorboat. Brecon Ramp was created by volunteer help, including corporate donation. There's the records. Do we not owe us something, the city? You insisted on doing paid parking on us. Ms. Tang has been requested to identify the 30 extra parking spaces for the motorboating public reported to be at a meeting of Parks and Rec. Last Parks and Rec, they claim there's 30 spaces right away they can put on the map. Where are they? They've been asked. They don't come forward with it. I think it's a community responsibility, even if it remains a boating public area. I think they have a responsibility to the community, or they're misleading the Parks and Rec with information. Where's this group just a few years ago when the lands adjoining the Brecon Boat Ramp were available? To me, they're still available if council wants to take the step to make them available. And you could say they're no good. If you cleared the buildings out within a day, you build your new building. What's the difference in costs? Who's trying to hand somebody something? Now, you talk about a city land that you're looking at. It's a provincial lease. You'll be responsible for anything that happens on there. If it don't get finished, you're financially responsible to clear it off or do something with it. It's provincial lease. And I think that it's time that we recognize it's at capacity. We need to help them find somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Worship, this will be the last item on the agenda unless Council proceeds to extend this for a period of time to entertain other items.
Well, we've got 3 pages of stuff, so I don't know if there's much appetite to continue on. I'm starting to weaken, but anyway. Go ahead. Okay. Okay. And you're going to second? All those in favor? Oh, what are you going to do? Are you on the list? Okay. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Through you to staff, earlier you mentioned the city manager. There was 2 important items on the list, and what were those items?
They were item K and item L. K is the Departure Bay Road and Park Avenue. It's on your page 10.
So
and the one immediately below it.
Yeah, so I would amend the motion, or like to make an amendment that we just do items K and L after the delegation, or after we deal with this issue, and do K and L, and then push the rest to a future agenda. That would be my amendment.
Okay, and that's your motion? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath. I'd like to make it clear, I'm not against the boathouse and the paddling center. If all of these supporters like the SFN, VIU, and the Dragon Boat Festival are in support, the Port Authority, let them fund it. It's not our job. Let them go to the bank and co-sign on the mortgage. The Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club can take out a second mortgage on their property currently or use their line of credit. The Nanaimo paddlers can hold fundraisers for as long as it takes. This project is for private enterprise and should not be funded by the taxpayer. The city does not fund bus tours. They don't fund hotels. They don't fund restaurants. There's no conceivable reason why they should fund this. Alberni Outpost currently runs a paddling and adventure center on the waterfront, and the city should not be helping one business enterprise put another out of business. If the Boathouse Society wants, they could go to Alberni Outpost with their great ideas and ask how they could help. We've seen the record of the presenter. When City Council asked her about fundraising for other endeavours, it was plain to see the response. When City Council refused to buckle to her demands...
Okay, just a minute.
Your Worship,
excuse
I
me.
would ask that you
Excuse
ask
me.
the
I have 5
delegation
minutes here.
Not to make disparaging remarks.
Excuse me, just let her speak.
Not to make disparaging personal remarks about anyone.
Okay.
There's not personal disparaging remarks. When City Council refused to buckle to her demands for management fees to be paid by the taxpayer, she bailed out,
okay, you're out of order.
leaving the project at
You're
risk.
out of order, okay? You're out of order. You were warned twice not to get involved with naming individuals, and you're attacking her. You want to speak to the issue. We're all tired, and as a courtesy, we agreed to listen to you. We would like you to speak on the matter of the boathouse only, okay? If you're not prepared to do that, then your time is finished. It's not the management.
It's not the management.
Project was at risk of leaving the taxpayer in the lurch. City Council was forced to go to the public and ask for help. Since she is here again asking for...
That's it. You're finished. You're finished, sir. Step away from the microphone.
The Commission recommended that the Society proceed with a feasibility study on the concept.
This is why we need...
I hear that they went and started again.
This is still going on.
So we need to move
Well,
to
he's
recess.
refusing. He doesn't want to. You know what you might be in jeopardy of doing, sir, is making yourself not welcome at future council meetings if this is your attitude. You've been asked to stop. I'm the chair of it, and you're choosing not to. In the future, your presence here may be challenged, okay? Now, please step away from the microphone. You've made your point.
I have not used anybody's name here, sir.
You've made it by implication, and I'm sure the lady sitting here knows exactly who you're talking about. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the next item, which is item
Your Worship?
K. Yes.
I'm sorry. There was a motion that it's written on the.
Okay.
Thank you,
She's gonna read it
Your
now.
Worship. Because it was the recommendation put forward by the Commission, and I'm responsible for putting that motion forward, that Council not approve in principle proposed Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Centre until Council has determined that this is a priority project. And I'd like to speak to that, Your Worship.
Okay.
Second? Okay. This project has been a concept since 2005, as it was identified in the 2005 Parks and Recreation Commission plan as a facility to consider, to explore. The project meets the guidelines for community capital projects as it enhances the quality of life and leisure in Nanaimo. The Society has completed a feasibility plan for the Boathouse and Paddling Centre and are looking for Council to approve in principle that they agree to be, that if they agree it's a priority. To approve in principle if they agree it's a priority. Commission did not approve it in principle.
Does that have this?
No, I'm just speaking to the recommendation. Commission did not approve in principle because of the great number of projects underway or being considered, and wanted the Society to have the opportunity to present to Council as a whole to determine whether Council indeed views the Boathouse and Paddling Centre a project to receive support for. As other projects will be making application for all levels of funding in the upcoming year. So that is what we're here tonight for, Your Worship, is really to see if this Council as a whole approves this project as a priority or want to see it in the upcoming budgets.
Okay. And this is what you seconded, Councillor Pachi? You seconded. Yep. Discussion on that. Councillor Brennan, did you have something you wanted to add?
I would speak against the motion. I think that the presentation tonight was very strong, and I think that the business case was made. I think this is one of those things that we have been searching for, in fact, when people say, what's the sort of, what's the reason to come to Nanaimo? What's the reason to stay in Nanaimo? And this is one of those iconic kind of projects that we would be known for. In fact, one of the delegations mentioned this would be the first. It also is clearly, and I think one of the other delegations made the point that this really does arise out of and support our strategic plan. And that was a plan that we developed after speaking to the community. Many times we sat down with the community. Waterfront enhancement, building partnerships. I mean, this series of partners is really impressive. So I'm speaking against this motion and hoping that it fails so that we can make an affirmative motion around this.
Okay, Councillor Pachi.
Thank you, Worship. Well, this is the fourth or the fifth, maybe even the sixth time that I've seen this plan, and as I said to Mrs. Tang the last time she was before the Parks and Rec Commission, that it seems to get better all the time. And it is a good plan. But to make this a priority is something I have a real problem with because it goes at the cost of other things. And just from a Parks and Rec point, I just want to read you off what it would affect, more than likely. A covered multi-sport facility at Harewood Centennial Park, multi-purpose covered building at Bevan Park, Port Theatre expansion, Phase 2 and 3 of the Nanaimo Art Gallery, implementation of the Maffeo Sutton Park Improvement Plan, extension of the ENN Trail, improvement to new parkland acquired in the last couple of years, like Nanaimo Lakes Road, Lindley Valley, West Marsh, and East Wellington Parkland, Caledonia Park, and Rotary Bowl improvements as well as other field upgrades, Colliery Dam improvements, whatever, Colliery Dam Park improvements. And that is just Parks and Rec. There are many other departments that have their own priority. And so when I look at that list and suspect what will be happening to some of those things that have been a priority for a long time, then I think it is unfair for something like this to all of a sudden take precedence over the others. There's a sequence in which these things happen. A lot of discussion goes into it, a lot of planning goes into it. I know Parks and Rec have done a lot of work on that short list that I mentioned, and there are more items on it. So that is my number one reason for supporting the motion as it was read. But I would be less than honest if I didn't tell you that I have, economic impact notwithstanding, a huge problem with $100,000 for the first year in operating costs and $80,000 in subsequent years. That is a lot of money. And while, again, the presentation is perfect, the idea is good, I can't support what is being asked for at this moment because of the two reasons that I've given. And so I will be supporting the motion as it reads.
Okay, Councillor Best.
Thank you, Worship. I'm sure that nobody doesn't think that any of these assets to the city aren't good ideas, because they are. To Councillor Patchy, when he makes reference to, we're just waiting for the Bevan Park Master Plan to come back, which has been worked on for several months, if not over a year, I believe. So we're waiting for that. And there's many things contained inside that master plan, I'm sure, that are capital required. I understand that there's no capital required for this project. We also have the Maffeo Sutton Park improvement plan coming back. I think this summer or fall as well. So there's, and not to mention the other 7 or 8 or 9 items that Councillor Patchy mentioned, Caledonia Rotary Bowl and so on and so forth. So my question to staff is contained inside this motion. What does priority mean? So does priority mean that everything, that this goes from number 11 or not on the list to number 1 and everything is put on hold until this project? Because if we were to say this is our number 1 priority, does that mean that everything else is, for how long, not any a priority? So we can't do anything until we deal with this? Because I don't understand what the motion even means. Make it our priority. What does that mean? They're not asking us for any money, so making it a priority means we can't. Well, what does that mean?
Well, Your Worship, I think Councillor Bestwick talked about it earlier in the meeting. If it's Council's priority, then when they approach sponsors like the Hilton Hotel, they would look for you to have this as your priority. When you apply for funding, whether it's provincial or federal, it usually comes along with the fact that you have to contribute matching funds. So that makes it your priority when you send off groups to start that process.
So thank you. So what you are telling me then, or what you just told me, is that there is a financial contribution if we make this a priority when it comes to the 1, 2, or 3 levels of funding that will be requested to fund the $5.1 million. Is that what I just heard you say?
It comes with all of those possibilities. This group may not be asking for it to be a priority now, but it also means that if you grant them as this project as a priority, knowing that they're going to be out soliciting for funds, you're taking away all the opportunities for any of the other projects that you've also made a priority to solicit funds for. So it's up to council to set priorities. So far, we only have direction on one, which is the island ferries, as our number 1 priority for seeking funds from other government levels. But there is, as we've heard tonight, and I know there's many more projects that council would like to do, and until you prioritize them, it's I guess the first to the podium, the first that gets your endorsement that gets away with being really your priority. So you know that you have a presentation coming from the Port Theatre. They're seeking your support to be a priority. At this point, we only have one that's a number one priority, and it's up to council to set the priorities for anything else you'd like to do.
Thank you.
Okay. I think, is there anyone else that has any comments to make on this thing? Councillor Bennett, again? You go ahead.
Again, yeah. I think there's a sort of fundamental misunderstanding. I don't think that if we were to name it as a priority, that we are naming it as the priority. It's one of the priorities. The list that Councillor Paggi read out is it's a comprehensive list of projects that are in the planning process. There's no, as far as I can see, there's absolutely no ranking to this. These are projects that we're interested in. And several of these have never, ever been discussed as priority projects. As our city manager said, we haven't set any priority projects. We've only set the island corridor, no, the island ferries, the fast ferries, as the number one priority. We've said that, but we have not ranked anything. This would go into the pool of priorities and allow this group to further explore funding opportunities. They followed the rules. There's Parks and Rec has a guidelines, a process, and the process sets out guidelines. And the first step in the guidelines is a feasibility study. So they did the feasibility study. Next step in the process is ask Parks and Rec, I guess, to name it as a priority. To jump forward and say that would be tantamount to saying this is the priority, I think misstates what the process is. I think to stop this now, and that's what we would be doing. We'd be stopping the momentum that has been gathering around this. To stop it and say to the community, yeah, we got a strategic plan. Yeah, it's true. The waterfront is our priority, and we really do want to build partnerships. And once again, we have an opportunity to do that at no cost to us at this point, at no cost to us. It simply gives them the authority that's given to them by the city saying, this is a great idea, this is a priority. Not the priority, it's a priority. So if we stop that in its tracks, we lose the momentum. I think we lose a lot of goodwill on the part of people that have worked very hard and stayed here till after 11 o'clock tonight to say to us, this is important to us. Let us take this and run with it. And I think that that we should do that.
Okay, Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. I'd prefer to look at our priorities from every department, because not only do we have recreational and cultural priorities, but we have environmental priorities, we have financial priorities. So I would like to send this back to look at it. I mean, I like paddling as much as anyone. It's a matter right now of what are our priorities. We just can't, everybody that looks us in the eye, if we can't say no to some of it or can't say yes to some of it, we're not doing our job. So my view on this motion is it through the council not approve in principle the proposal right now until council has determined that this is a priority project. So we're just sending it so we will have a session, get a list of all the things that are on the go, and go from there. And that's, to me, I don't think this kills the project. I think our fear is of killing it. That means we want to look to see how we can fit this into the priorities.
So is this a referral then you're suggesting?
So I'm in favor of the referral. And then the other part of it, I'm really tiring of us picking one little word of the strategic plan It's a 4-pillared plan. The consultant has said it for years, and we continue to pick one little thing out of it and build a case study for that. We're supposed to judge it under all of the situations, and we continue to pick and choose. Thank you. So I support the motion to refer it back.
Okay, and was that seconded?
I'm sorry, Your Worship. I think that's a motion that is currently on the floor. Basically, the motion says that the Paddling Center, the council has determined that it has been a priority project. So I think that what Councillor Kipp is referring to.
Councillor Kipp's motion was to...
He's...
That's the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Oh, no, I'm not sure. I thought you referred...
The motion on the floor is what it reads right now on your agenda.
The actual motion brought forward by the Parks and Rec is for referral. Councillor Kipp, my understanding, is just supporting that motion.
Okay. Any further? We have some further ones. So, Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I was. I'm pleased that this finally came out this way because this is the commission. This is what we were wanting. We wanted the council to get together with staff and determine what our priorities are, all the priorities, so we can prioritize them and we can figure out what goes to the top. And I know I've just been assigned to the covered floor area in Harewood, and that's a meeting that's going to start on Thursday, and so that's a priority, and that was a lot of input from the public. So I'm in support of this recommendation to move ahead, and then we figure out what our priorities are, and then we can get it all figured out.
We will get you to read it in due course, but maybe not right yet. Councillor Patchy.
Well, with all respect, I read the motion that the commission made a little differently. In fact, the commission looked at that motion as a reality check as to where council stood. And so that is the purpose of it having us having it sent to this council in the first place. So to now do something different from what the intent of the commission was is a different story altogether. I don't see this as a referral. The question is it a priority or is it not a priority? That is what, Mr. Harding, correct me if I'm wrong, but was that not the intent?
Your Worship, yes, that's the intent was for council really to determine, is this a community priority to start working on? So, the recommendation is it also allows council then to determine, to work together and to come up with that priority list. So it does do.
I know, but then that would have to be reflected in the motion, and as I read this motion, it doesn't.
You're right, Your Worship. If I could answer that again, the commission wasn't in a position to tell council what to do, so they're just telling you not to approve it until you've come back to commission and said it is a priority. So how council determines that would be up to council.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, you're going to bring clarity to this undoubtedly.
I don't think I get the last word, actually. Through you to the city manager, if council votes in favor of this, the commission's recommendation, what happens next? Do we go into a separate meeting where council sits down and discusses the priorities as Councillor Greaves has mentioned, or is it such as what Councillor Patchy has mentioned, that if we vote in favor of this, that it's not a priority? Because the way that I've read it is similar to how Councillor Kipp discussed it, in that we would go back and discuss it amongst ourselves and see whether or not this is a priority. But perhaps you can give some extra clarity.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Staff has clearly heard tonight that council would like to talk about priorities. It's important for staff as we move into budget to know what your priorities are, because we'll put money towards that for you to consider in the budget. And if this motion does pass, if you'd like to make a specific motion, it's up to you. Otherwise, I think I would be inclined to bring back a report anyways that brings all the priorities that we understand are out there, and have you give us some direction on what to do with them. So to me, it was implicit in the debate that we needed to bring back a motion anyway, or a report on priorities. But if you'd like to make that motion, feel free to make it.
Thank you for that clarity. I think that tells me that if this motion does pass, that council will have a conversation about what its priorities are. And I think that's important because I know through the strategic planning process and the four-pillar approach that we were taking, that we identified 6 priorities. And in my time of being on council, I have not heard us once discuss any improvements to the waterfront, such as a walkway on the waterfront. We talked about the ENN being a trail as something that council wants to do, but I think it's important that council sits down as council and says, these are the things that we want to do over the next 5, 10 years, and accordingly do our budget that way, instead of waiting for one project to come forward and deciding at that point that it's a priority. And I think it would just be much better long-term planning if we sat down as a group and determine what those priorities are. So I will support the motion that's on.
Okay, so could we hear the motion again, please?
Absolutely, Your Worship. It was moved and seconded that council not approve in principle the proposed Nanaimo Boathouse and Paddling Center until council has determined that it's priority project, that this is a priority project.
Okay, everyone happy? Question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Brennan opposed. Balance council in favor. The motion passes. Let's go on now to item K, Departure Bay Road and Park Avenue sanitary replacement tender.
Departure Bay Road and Park Avenue sanitary sewer tender.
Purpose to advise council of a public tender call of $250,000 and above in accordance with the city's purchasing bylaw. Is that not correct?
Yep.
Okay. And the motion you made, all those, was there a seconder for it?
Yep.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And you're going to do...
Yeah, and I'd move that council for L, that council receive for information the report pertaining to the Sherwood Forest utility upgrade tender.
Seconder? Seconder, okay. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'd move we adjourn.
Sorry?
I'd move we adjourn.
Okay. And we stand adjourned. Thank you.